231. Basic causes. Communist revolutions, almost without exception, occurred in poor countries with weak capitalist relations and lacking modern forces of production. Through a combination of military conquest and political domination, communist social organization spread to other countries that experienced no indigenous revolution, but no formidable communist insurgency has ever occurred in an advanced capitalist society. Within these historical circumstances lies the basic cause of the collapse of communism. A fundamental principle of historical materialism is a tendency toward congruence between the level of productive forces and the nature of productive relations. According to this principle, an economic system based upon public ownership of means of production, guaranteed employment, restricted income inequality, and planning of production assumes highly developed forces of production. Yet the flow of historical events will not be detained by theoretical propositions. A revolutionary party can sometimes abolish private ownership of the means of production and establish a collectivized system of production in an economically backward society. The resulting economic system may even accomplish some impressive feats of production. These facts, however, do not annul the tendency toward congruence. The social cost of exemplary economic achievements proves extremely high, and the political institutions that propel them bear little resemblance to any kind of democratic socialism. The prematurely collectivized economic system cannot sustain its successful performances and becomes increasingly unstable. Unless forces of production are already highly advanced, communist relations do not facilitate sustained growth of the productive power of society. On the contrary, they establish numerous microeconomic inefficiencies and soon impede the development of productive forces. Hence the continued existence of communist systems violates another principle of historical materialism: productive forces have a tendency to develop. This violation is particularly egregious in the context of a capitalist world system. The capitalist system. 232. Experiences cycles of accelerated and retarded economic growth, but sooner or later the protean dynamism of capitalist property relations offers an obvious and galling contrast to long-term communist stagnation. How does all this happen? A communist party that seizes power in a backward society undertakes tasks of economic accumulation elsewhere accomplished by capitalism. Under capitalism, the agent of accumulation is the bourgeoisie, and the accumulation process involves extensive coercion of various sorts. Under communism, the agent of accumulation is the state, and the political and economic environment within which accumulation unfolds is unpropitious at very best. Even with the greatest luck, communist accumulation can scarcely avoid coercion, and in several cases the coercion has reached staggering dimensions. The specific instruments of communist accumulation are a dictatorial state, a disciplined party, and an ideologically galvanized population. These instruments can be effective during the first part of the accumulation process, which depends mainly on mobilizing underutilized economic resources using well-known productive techniques. They are far less effective at subsequent phases of accumulation, partly because the instruments themselves break down, and partly because the target-oriented campaign-style mobilization process for which they are suitable loses relevance once full utilization of economic resources is achieved. Advanced accumulation entails a continuing qualitative transformation of the production process for which state dictatorship, party discipline, and ideological conviction are at best blunt tools. And these blunt tools become corrupted. Any population has a limited capacity for ideological mobilization. Indifference and disillusionment eventually render ideological appeals ineffective. The once disciplined party becomes cynical, self-serving, and incompetent. The dictatorship recoils from its own deeds and forswears the use of terror but is increasingly hamstrung by bureaucratic inertia. The former instruments of accumulation become barriers to accumulation. Communist elites lose confidence in their historical mission, and a large share of the intelligentsia fostered. 233. By communist accumulation eventually view the party as a parasite upon society. Socialism, once considered the hope of the future, seems a turgid, inefficient system stifling individual initiative and vastly inferior to capitalism for most practical purposes. Leaders of communist revolutions are usually well versed in historical materialism and freely acknowledge that socialism cannot arise under conditions of economic backwardness. They have coped with this dilemma in one of two ways. One strategy involves aggressive promotion of revolution in economically advanced societies, hoping that transition to socialism can occur on an international basis even when some of the participants are initially underdeveloped. This approach invites military intervention by powerful defenders of the status quo and founders on the absence of revolutionary motivation within advanced capitalist societies. The second and more common strategy involves developing the forces of production required by socialism within the revolutionary society itself. As we have seen, however, revolutionary momentum exhausts itself long before sufficient forces of production are developed. The basic reasons for the collapse of communist systems are readily deducible from the theory of history proposed by Karl Marx. For all their military power and economic achievements, communist regimes never overcame the limitations inherent within their origins. Given the weak impulse toward economic development within pre-communist social structure, and given their ideological hostility towards private property, the accumulationist visions of communist leadership required political dictatorship. Comprehensive economic planning and high rates of surplus appropriation within basically poor societies entail political dictatorship. Whatever economic dynamism communist societies could muster came not from the institutional structure of the communist system but largely from the political momentum generated by the authoritarian leadership. The comprehensive nature of communist dictatorship reflecting the goal of transforming society comprehensively masked, but could not eliminate, its political fragility. The ultimate causes of political fragility were the impossible tasks that the system was organized to accomplish and by which it was justified. When the dictatorship finally lifted, the entire politically driven communist system collapsed amazingly quickly. 234. The tendency toward economic stagnation. The economic analysis of the collapse of communism involves answering two questions: why the long-term tendency of communist economic systems is toward stagnation, and why efforts to reform the system often lead to economic crisis. Consider the first question. The strengths of communist economic systems lie in their capacity to mobilize underutilized resources, to function under emergency conditions such as war, and to organize for the achievement of specific goals. These strengths are evident in chaotic post-revolutionary situations and during early periods of extensive economic development that concentrate on heavy industry and building basic infrastructure of production. The weaknesses of communist systems are the obverse of their strengths, improving economic performance when most readily available resources have been mobilized, making progress on a steady orderly basis, and advancing on a broad front rather than towards particular objectives. The weaknesses, although never absent, become more obvious and insufferable during subsequent phases of intensive economic development, when progress requires qualitative transformation of production methods and when mobilizing people on the basis of ideological commitment and dedication to the community becomes more difficult. Several structural characteristics of communist economic systems are important for explaining their tendency toward stagnation. Centralized management creates a hierarchical and inflexible decision-making structure depriving regional and local economic units of initiative. Central management relies upon information provided by regional and local units, yet the latter often have strong incentives to withhold or distort crucial pieces of information. The effort to plan centrally generates a bias favoring large production units that simplify the tasks of centralized planning and management. This reduces the sources of supply, often creating regional production monopolies, and eliminates any real possibility of competition between production units. In addition, communist ideology regards competition as a wasteful aspect of capitalism to be abolished under socialism. The absence of competition weakens incentives toward efficiency and technological innovation. It also renders the price structure. 235. Established by the Central Planning Board largely arbitrary and hence of limited utility for evaluating economic performance. Communist economic systems are sometimes said to have a soft budget constraint, blunting responsiveness to price signals. The massiveness of production units, the absence of alternative sources of supply, and the commitment to full employment all make political authorities reluctant to allow a production unit to fail even if it is performing badly. There is also the problem of determining when a unit actually is performing badly. The arbitrary character of prices renders price-based evaluations of performance highly suspect, suggesting that exaction of serious economic penalties on the basis of such indicators entails gross injustice. The doubtful validity of sophisticated performance indicators causes plan fulfillment to mean achieving a certain volume of production irrespective of how wasteful the production process may be. During normal times, communist managers can usually keep their production obligations well within their plant capacity through political maneuvering of various sorts. Because of all this, communist managers know they operate under very little risk. The absence of risk weakens both incentives toward efficiency and responsiveness to consumer demand. It also induces insatiable demands for productive resources. Acquisition of these resources creates no significant economic peril but does enhance the ease with which the firm can fulfill its production targets, the firm's strategic influence within the communist economic system, and the status of its managers. These insatiable demands for productive resources are an important source of the shortage phenomenon frequently observed in communist economies. Problems associated with motivations to work are another source of the tendency toward stagnation. Over the course of their existence, communist societies have used three methods to motivate work: ideology, terror, and reward. Ideology can be effective for limited periods of time but is not an enduring inducement to productive effort. Terror is expensive and difficult to control, and propagates work of dubious quality. The efficacy of reward as a work. 236. Motivator depends upon the range of rewards available and on the correlation between effort and reward. Communist economies are lacking on both counts. Shortages and political limitations on the range of permissible incomes limit positive rewards for working. Commitments to full employment and the individual's right to have a job often prevent dismissing or even disciplining inept or uncooperative workers. These practices, along with the emphasis on political reliability evident in the nomenclatura promotion system, deeply attenuate the correlation between effort and reward, and ultimately discourage endeavors beyond the ordinary. The accelerating complexity of a modern economy overwhelms all efforts at comprehensive planning, even those undertaken with the assistance of modern computers. Next year's plan, remarked the Russian academician Fedorenko, if fully checked and balanced, would be ready in about 30,000 years. The communist response to the impossibility of comprehensive planning has been to focus upon a few priority targets while neglecting other sectors. This leads to imbalanced and unsustainable growth, and also contributes to the shortage phenomenon. John Romer conceptualizes the issues raised above in terms of relations between a principal and her economic agent. Although first studied in the context of capitalist corporations, principal-agent problems arise in numerous economic contexts. Naturally, the principal wants her agent to act in the principal's interest. However, the principal is not fully informed about the agent's activities and thus has difficulty determining whether the agent has really done so. How can the principal motivate the agent to obey her interests? More precisely, what compensation scheme will motivate an economically rational agent to act in the principal's interests? Centrally planned economies, Romer believes, face three critical principal-agent problems: the manager-worker relationship, the planner-manager relationship, and the public-planner relationship. In each of these relationships, the first party is conceived as the principal and the second as the agent. The manager-worker problem arises because managers have difficulty motivating workers, whom they can neither fire nor. 237. Reward with additional consumer goods, to carry out the manager's production plan. The planner-manager problem exists because managers in communist societies become immune to the sanctions of planners. Managers routinely develop cozy relationships with local politicians who protect them from anything the economic planners might do. The public planner problem is a result of political dictatorship, which prevents the public from compelling economic planners to act in its interests. Failure to solve these three principal agent problems, argues Romer, is responsible for at least some of the difficulties encountered by economies of the Soviet type. Communist economic systems also have problems with technological innovation. To be sure, they can sometimes appropriate existing technologies and sometimes acquire military technologies known to be feasible. But they consistently lag behind advanced capitalist economies in the routine development and exploitation of new technologies. This weakness obviously hinders economic progress. Why do communist economies, supposedly organized around the idea of rational planning, have such a deficiency? One cause is over-centralization. Considerable evidence suggests that decentralized authority is associated with both scientific and technological progress. Centralized economic organization fosters monopoly situations in which the operational procedures of central management remain unchallenged. Innovation is certainly not imperative and may be resoundingly suboptimal within an economic strategy aimed at maintaining monopoly. A small economic unit operating in the context of other small units, on the other hand, cannot aspire toward monopolist supremacy. Innovation is a natural way to gain advantage over competitors. Technologically innovative ideas can strike almost anywhere. An economic structure congenial toward technological progress will allow agents with innovative ideas relatively easy access to production. The formidable barriers to entry characteristic of communist economic organization largely eliminate spontaneous innovation as a source of technological progress. Nor does the target approach to economic planning facilitate technological innovation. The obligation of each production unit is to reach its production target, not to make innovations. 238. The production target is typically a modest increment above the previous year's production level. Technological innovation creates uncertainties that could actually endanger achievement of the production target. Even if successful, an innovation may not be welcome. It brings a corresponding leap in subsequent targets, possibly making life harder for both managers and workers, and it may cause unwelcome changes in the structure of employment. Consumer demand is an important source of technological innovation in capitalist economies, but consumers have little leverage within communist economic systems. Producers are responsible to planners, not to consumers, and the shortage environment means that virtually anything produced will be sold. These circumstances obliterate most consumer-generated pressure toward innovation. These factors jointly explain why communist economic systems have a weak impulse toward technological innovation. This deficiency, along with the other conditions discussed above, creates an habitual tendency toward stagnation. Stagnation, it must be emphasized, is not the same as economic collapse. Communist economies mired in stagnation still muddle along in suboptimal fashion. Sooner or later everyone sheds his or her ideological illusions. The notion that centralized planning is rational or that planning even exists is understood to be a farce. The economy functions through a network of ad hoc agreements between workers, managers, and planners. Realistic objectives are stability, doing just a bit better than the year before, and avoiding any serious economic calamity. A general sense of inferiority toward leading capitalist countries becomes prevalent among intellectuals of communist society, and even among party members the hope of overtaking capitalism withers away. Sources of economic crisis. We turn now to the second question posed at the start of the previous section: why do efforts to reform the communist economic system often lead to economic crisis? If, as I claim, communist economies tend toward stagnation, it is easy to see why reform efforts might occur. The most important attempts. 239. To reform communist economic institutions without abandoning state socialism altogether occurred in Yugoslavia after Tito's break with Stalin, in Hungary in 1968 and later, in China following the death of Mao, and within the Soviet Union under Gorbachev. Although these reforms were by no means identical either in content or in outcome, they all involved varying degrees of economic decentralization, market relations, private entrepreneurship, and economic inequality. The outcome in China still remains in doubt and is discussed later in this chapter. The Yugoslavian, Hungarian, and Soviet reforms did not succeed in preserving any recognizable version of socialism. Why is this so? One kind of answer is given by the Hungarian economist János Kornai. Stalinist classical socialism is repressive and inefficient, but it constitutes a coherent system. When it starts reforming itself, that coherence slackens and its internal contradictions strengthen. In spite of generating a whole series of favorable changes, reform is doomed to fail. The socialist system is unable to renew itself internally so as to prove viable in the long run. So the time for really revolutionary changes does come in the end, eliminating the socialist system and leading society toward a capitalist market economy. The difficulty with Kornai's answer lies in the nature of the postulated incoherence of reformed communism. His analysis freely mingles structural components of the communist system with particular aspects of communist history. Although he discusses several kinds of incoherence, the really decisive one derives from the political history of the communist movement. Reformed communism allows some freedom of speech and some political democracy, which naturally encourages desires for full civil liberties and complete democracy. Yet the Communist Party that initiated the reforms will not want to abandon its monopoly of power. If it should do so and allow the establishment of complete democracy, then the entire socialist system which Kornai regards profoundly unpopular is rapidly swept into the ashcan of history. Kornai is probably correct about the actions of communist parties and the feelings of people in many communist societies. 240. But this is an historical and not a structural argument. It may reveal something about the nature of communist history since 1917, but it does not demonstrate the structural incoherence of reformed communism. That a society with the economic institutions Kornai attributes to reformed communism should be ruled by a dictatorial party governing over a resentful and disgruntled population is surely not inevitable. Focusing on the case of the Soviet Union, Elman and Kontorovich offer a somewhat similar explanation of why the Soviet economic system disintegrated after Gorbachev's political reforms. The economic collapse has been in part an unintended byproduct of the political changes Gorbachev has introduced. These political changes were expected to release the human factor in economic development and thus lead to rapid economic growth. In fact, they removed the motive force which had propelled the Soviet economy in previous decades, without replacing it by an adequate substitute. Hence, as the political reforms became more radical, the economy went into a tailspin. The role of pressure in a command economy, they argue, is analogous to the role of competition in a capitalist economy, providing the main source of dynamism. Gorbachev's fundamental error was believing that the Soviet system could be democratized without collapsing. Any retreat from a command economy is likely to involve reduction of pressure from above, but such reduction did not send the post-Maoist Chinese economy into a rapid tailspin. And even though state socialism ultimately collapsed in Hungary and Yugoslavia, market reforms did not cause economic crisis in these countries. Perhaps explanations of the Soviet economic collapse should emphasize reduction of pressure from above less and failure to provide an adequate substitute more. Reform of a communist economy, even when diminishing pressure from above, need not induce economic crisis. Whether this happens. 241. Depends largely upon the circumstances under which the reform occurs. Three considerations are especially important: the political credibility of the government undertaking the reform, the attitudes of the various classes within communist society, particularly their willingness to support fundamental reforms, and the coherence of the reform programs. None of these considerations boded well for Gorbachev's reforms. After years of economic stagnation and widespread alienation from the regime, the political credibility of the Soviet government was weak at best. The coherence of the reform program also left much to be desired. Although the Gorbachev team seemed reasonably clear about its economic objectives: greater consumer sovereignty, technological development, use of markets, and open participation in the world economy. They tinkered with the traditional Soviet economy rather than boldly fashioning a new democratic socialist structure. Tinkering not founded upon a lucid and consistent social vision soon created structural conflicts. For example, Gorbachev weakened the Communist Party and touted the importance of democracy, but continued to base his own rule on party dictatorship and did not seek a genuinely democratic mandate. I shall have more to say about class dynamics and the collapse of communism. To indicate some of the problems encountered by Gorbachev's reforms, it will be sufficient to quote the conclusion reached by Burawa and Krotov in their recent study of class relations within the Soviet wood industry. Far from becoming militant or radical, the workers in Arctic City became more and more demoralized as perestroika unfolded. They were humiliated by the way they have to live. Certainly, for most the future looks bleaker than the past. So while in the West we celebrate the collapse of communism, at Polar workers mourn for the past and despair for the future. 1. Contrary to Kornai's interpretation, the relationship between reform and economic crisis does not indicate the absence of a third path different from either state socialism or corporate capitalism. Nor does the relationship stem from the democratic illusions of reforming communists, as Elman and Kontorovich 242 seem to think. Gorbachev's efforts to reform Soviet communism suffered from insufficient democracy, not from too much. The crux of the relationship between reform and crisis turns around politics. Economic reform is not a cure for the political weakness of communist regimes. When a discredited government attempts to reform a communist economy mired in stagnation, it may well destabilize society and touch off an acute economic crisis. But this is not likely to happen when a politically robust communist government initiates a coherent reform program. The Yugoslav reforms of 1949 and afterward are instructive on this point. These reforms constituted a radical initiative toward market socialism carried out in a relatively poor, war-devastated, ethnically divided country facing severe international political pressures. These radical departures from orthodox Stalinist economic relations neither destabilized Yugoslav society nor created an economic crisis. The fact that Yugoslavia is currently something of a basket case should not obscure that for several decades it experienced fast growth and significant welfare gains without the shortages characteristic of many command economies. The crucial factor was that the communist government carrying out the reforms enjoyed considerable political support. Although the long-term vulnerability of communist societies has economic roots, the sudden collapse of communism in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union requires a political explanation. Wherever attempts at reform induced economic crisis, they did so because the governments undertaking reform were politically weak, not because communist economic systems are impossible to reform. If this hypothesis is correct, then Asian communism, having a quite different political background, need not follow its Eastern European counterpart into historical oblivion. Cuba presents a very interesting test case. With the demise of Soviet communism, it is hard to imagine a more politically and militarily exposed society. If the communist economic system is both unviable and unreformable, then Cuban communism should fall in short order. But if the roots of economic crisis are largely political, then Cuban society may indeed reform without experiencing economic collapse. 243. Political analysis of communist collapse. The basic cause of communist political structure is the effort to revolutionize society without sufficiently deep and durable political support. The disparity between the monumental revolutionary endeavor and the modest political base impels communist leadership to evolve a political structure with certain distinctive features. These features have sometimes been a vital source of communist strength, but they have become, I shall argue, an important cause of communist collapse. I emphasize four related features of communist political structure: totalitarianism, ideological cohesion, dictatorship, and the disciplined party. I do not try to explain the origin or operation of these characteristics, only their role in the collapse of communism. The totalitarian or comprehensive state cannot organize every aspect of social life, but it recognizes no limitation on its permissible sphere of action. the distinction between state and civil society collapses, and the state assumes responsibility for many activities from place of residence to family size, usually lying outside the political domain. Such deep penetration of social life sometimes enables the state to mobilize unexpected social energy, yet it also creates vulnerability. Total sovereignty implies total responsibility. The totalitarian state explicitly or implicitly assumes responsibility for all social, economic, cultural, and even personal problems. Every organizational malfunction and individual dissatisfaction can be, however circuitously, laid at the state's door. Resentment is not diffused through recognition of multiple responsibility, on the contrary, it is compiled and concentrated. During periods of system decline, malfunctions and dissatisfactions accumulate rapidly, creating a disruptive potential that can be triggered by relatively minor events. Thus, the totalitarian nature of communist political structure creates the possibility of organizational overload and sudden political collapse. This is more than a quantitative predicament. Totalitarian structure unifies the control of social activities, thereby facilitating transmission of pathology between different social institutions. Such extreme interdependence makes social problems 244 become inordinately difficult to quarantine, further increasing the vulnerability of the political system. Totalitarian structure explains the capacity for rapid and complete system failure but does not account for the exact timing of communist collapse. Consider the consequences of ideological cohesion. All modern societies have ideologies, but communist societies use ideology for internal integration and social change far more than most. Communist ideology differs from other social ideologies in several important respects. It is self-consciously constructed, it is highly exclusive and not readily amalgamated with other ideological positions, and it is imposed upon society by an identifiable political process rather than being an outcome of diffuse historical experience. A social ideology can be considered utopian if it promises attainment of a social condition qualitatively superior to any previously realized. Because communist ideology aims at revolutionary transformation of society, it tends to be utopian. Utopian objectives are needed to justify the sacrifices entailed by revolution. A society whose social integration and political dynamism depend upon ideology, especially a utopian ideology, will be highly susceptible to ideological failure. Disbelief threatens the capacity of the system to function and precludes durable reproduction of the social order. Utopian claims, to say the very least, have a high propensity to fail. In a society founded upon ideological cohesion, such failure endangers stability of the state and requires elaborate ideological rectification. A certain number of ideological failures are tolerable, but continual failure invites disbelief and social disintegration. The significance of ideological failure is evident in the following account of disillusionment with Leninism by the Soviet general, Dmitry Fokoganov. I began asking myself questions about Lenin, how, if he was such a genius, none of his predictions came true. The proletarian dictatorship never came to be, the principle of class struggle was discredited, communism was not built in 15 years as he had promised. None of Lenin's major predictions ever came true. A society dependent upon ideology will shield its ideology in various ways. An elementary but important protective method. 245. Involves restricting the flow of contradictory information. Such restriction, however, prevents any serious social reform, which requires accurate delineation of institutional malfunctions and careful specification of alternatives. The reform of communist societies and the flow of information connected with it can undermine the ideological foundations of the social order. When this happens, controlled reform becomes political debacle, as it did in the Soviet Union after gruesome details of Stalinist repression became broadly known. Cynicism becomes rampant in ideologically dependent societies when the ruling ideology no longer commands widespread belief but is still kept in place by institutional fiat and political power. Fully developed cynicism involves contempt for all ethical systems and disbelief in the very possibility of moral action. It corrodes official ideology and, more importantly, obstructs the emergence of alternative social values. The Soviet Union and the countries of Eastern Europe under late communism were often described as highly cynical societies where officials disbelieved the words they spoke and lying reached virtually epidemic proportions. An ideologically coordinated society infected by cynicism is unlikely to remain stable even when facing only normal historical shocks. A still more elusive relationship exists between ideological cohesion and personal identity. When an ideology finds broad social acceptance, it automatically exerts a powerful influence on the formation of personal identities within that society. Ideologically integrated societies foster relatively homogeneous personal identities. This has major consequences for both political mobilization and political stability. Heterogeneous personal identities imply both resistance to political mobilization and high political stability. Homogeneous personal identities, on the other hand, have the opposite implications: high mobilization capacity due to similar political understandings, but correspondingly low political stability due to the possibility of pervasive disillusionment should the common identity lose viability. The collapse of communist ideology is also a collapse of personal identity for a significant fraction of people in these 246 societies. These parallel breakdowns induce a general skepticism about all universalistic belief systems, which appear dangerously utopian and impossible to fulfill. They also initiate frantic searches for alternative sources of personal identity. The natural tendency is toward particularist belief systems like nationalism because these were suppressed under communism and also because they counter the abstract utopianism of communist ideology. The collapse of communist ideology has a material foundation. It derives from the economic failures analyzed in the previous sections and from increasingly unfavorable comparisons with capitalist societies. Quite possibly, however, the coherence of communist ideology is intrinsically linked with political mobilization and the revolutionary transformation of society. When the strategy of class warfare is forsaken and political mobilization slackens, and when the pace of social change declines while further revolutionary transformations recede into the mists of the future, communist ideology loses plausibility, and disintegration of the ideologically dependent communist system sets in, first slowly but later at breakneck speed. Yet ideological collapse in communist societies may be less complete than the interpretations above suggest. A careful survey of opinions about political change conducted within the Soviet Union in 1989 found continuing support for socialism, particularly among those people most eager for change. That many advocates of change continue to support the socialist view that the state, rather than individuals themselves, is responsible for the well-being of the citizenry, suggests that contrary to much popular belief in the West, there has not been a wholesale abandonment of socialist principles. On the contrary, there may even be more support for these ideas among those who are the strongest believers in individual free expression and rapid change. What many Soviet citizens pressing for change may want is a more efficient and productive state, rather than a state shorn of social obligations. The Communist Party, as the engine of that obligated state, was rejected, but not the obligation itself. The institution failed, but not the norm. The third aspect of communist political structure responsible for the sudden collapse of the system is dictatorship. Fear is a 247 powerful motivator. The fear inspired by ruthless dictatorship contributed to communist military and economic achievements beside forestalling, for several decades at least, corruption in communist bureaucracies. Yet dictatorship remains a two-edged sword, even when evaluated on strictly instrumental grounds. Fear deters the flow of critical information. Dictatorial power enables a leader to overcome resistance and persist with the implementation of unpopular policies. A policy initiated by a dictatorial leadership can have terrible results without corrective measures being taken. Communist dictatorships have sometimes persisted with truly catastrophic policies. It is no accident that the two worst famines in modern history occurred during the course of communist agricultural collectivization campaigns, the Soviet famine of 1929 to 1931 and the Chinese famine of 1958 to 1961 associated with the Great Leap Forward. Aside from the moral dimensions of these policy-induced catastrophes, they created profound structural problems and ineradicable hatred that plagued the regimes ever afterward. Communist dictatorship usually eases long before the system collapses. Easing means the elimination of arbitrary terror, but other forms of coercion continue, and honest public criticism remains a perilous activity. Corruption spreads rapidly because fear no longer deters people able to use power for personal gain. Several other factors also spur corruption: the concurrent weakening of ideology, knowledge of terrible crimes committed by the dictatorship, the emptiness of public discourse and the routine practice of lying propagated by absence of civil liberties, and the contagious nature of corruption itself. Corruption, even more than cynicism, breeds contempt for the communist social order among both the corrupt and those who witness the corruption. When other methods for controlling bureaucratic iniquity fail, a reforming communist leadership experiences a nagging temptation to use terror. Renewed terror, however, is thoroughly incompatible with other elements of reform. Why not complete abolition of dictatorship? Communist reformers believe this would mean abandoning the goal of socialism for which so much sacrifice had been made. The political dilemma on which Gorbachev foundered was how to democratize Soviet. 248. Society without fully abandoning the privileged position of the Communist Party, supposedly the indispensable instrument of socialist transformation. Apparently Gorbachev's long-range strategy was to replace the party with a broad coalition of Soviet citizens committed to socialism. But economic decline weakened support for socialism as well as the credibility of the reformist strategy. In the teeth of ideological confusion and political crisis, Ukrainian, Georgian, Lithuanian, and Russian national identities proved more meaningful than Soviet citizenship. What role did the Communist Party have in the collapse of the communist system? The Vanguard Party is surely the most important political innovation of the 20th century. It made possible communist revolutions where they occurred, and even in the absence of revolution it provided the vital organizational apparatus of communist takeover. When communism came to power, the support provided by a disciplined vanguard party sustained communist rule much longer than would otherwise have been possible. Yet the very existence of the party hindered full democratic reform under communist aegis. Even when the will to initiate political democracy existed, communist leaders found it difficult to curtail party power, let alone to govern without it. Gorbachev, for example, understood that democratization required reducing the Communist Party's economic authority, but his elimination of direct party participation in the economy seriously aggravated the Soviet economic crisis. The relationship between party and state in communist societies constitutes a structure of dual power. Under certain circumstances this structure increases the control available to the central political authority. However, when the twin columns of power are not fully united, as often happens during major policy changes, the dual structure can cause organizational gridlock within the political system. In recent decades it has diminished the flexibility of communist societies in responding to internal and external changes. The resulting rigidity temporarily preserved the traditional institutions of communism but vastly enhanced the likelihood of sudden collapse. Yet to expect a different relationship between party and state is to ignore the basic cause of communist political structure, the glaring disparity between the requirements of revolution and the obtainable political base. 249. Class analysis of communist collapse. The class relations involved in the collapse of communism differ from one country to the next. Resentment against state socialism was spread throughout communist social structure, but the class foundation of the transition from communism to capitalism, insofar as such a transition is happening to, lies in the more privileged sectors of communist society. In a perceptive paper dealing with class factors in Soviet economic reform, David Kotz offers the following analysis. Like capitalism, state socialism evolved a ruling group that ran the system and had a privileged position within it. But, unlike that of capitalism, the ruling group of state socialism did not own the means of production. Furthermore, according to the official ideology, the ruling group of state socialism was supposed to operate the economy and government selflessly for the direct benefit of working people. Since the system was undemocratic and authoritarian, the workers who were the supposed beneficiaries of the system had no power to enforce their official status as the ruling class. Ruling group had no continuing structural tie to the state socialist system, other than tradition. The real democratization of the system would probably have displaced the great majority of the ruling group from their high-level positions, and would also have reduced the privileges that went along with leadership positions. The group that stood to benefit from democratizing socialism was the working class, but they lacked the power to direct the process. Underlying structural factor at work was the failure of undemocratic state socialism to develop a ruling class with an abiding interest in protecting and defending the system over which it presided. Once the system went into a moderately serious social and economic crisis, the bulk of the ruling group deserted the system and opted for capitalism. The class coalition supporting the transition to capitalism in the Soviet Union includes three main groups, according to Kotz: small-scale entrepreneurs who emerged under state socialism and now want to enlarge their business opportunities, intellectuals who chafe about their integration with the working class and think their relative class position would improve under capitalism, and most importantly the political and economic. 250. Elite of state socialist society, most of whom merely pursue wealth and power, and now hope that capitalism will expand and solidify their privileges. This class analysis of communist collapse rests upon four simple propositions. State socialism creates a ruling class. This ruling class lacks an abiding interest in defending the state socialist system. State socialism experiences social and economic crises. When these crises become sufficiently severe, the ruling class abandons state socialism and tries to establish capitalism. Propositions and are not particularly controversial, although one might quibble about whether the ruling group under state socialism should be considered a ruling class. The even-numbered propositions are more problematic. Why would a ruling class lack an abiding interest in the system that created it? And why should that class push for capitalism of all possible economic systems? State socialism may create a ruling class, but the ideology of state socialism refuses to acknowledge its existence or legitimize its rule. Hence the position of the ruling class remains precarious, and reproduction of the class over time is not assured. Such institutionalized insecurity diminishes the interest of the ruling class in defending the state socialist system. This is further diminished by suspicions that state socialism is a sinking ship, suspicions stimulated by its intractable social and economic crises and its losing competition with advanced capitalist societies. Transition to capitalism has serious risks for the ruling class of state socialism, but perhaps no greater risks than trying to maintain a stagnating economic system ideologically ungenial to class rule. Why capitalism? The ruling class of state socialism, like any ruling class, wants a system in which class rule is legitimate. This excludes all varieties of socialism. It would be pointless, and probably impossible, to establish a mode of production seriously incompatible with the modern world economy. This excludes all pre-capitalist economic systems. These arguments are probably correct, but not really to the point. The successor to state socialism is not chosen by the ruling class. The modern world economy is a capitalist world economy. When challenges to capitalism are defeated, the resulting system will be capitalism, though probably an underdevil. 251. Op-ed type of capitalism and not some other logically conceivable economic structure. The defeat disorganizes opposition to capitalism, convincing most if not all potential challengers that further resistance is futile. Capitalism, in contrast to state socialism, does not require establishment, it grows whenever the terrain is suitable. The process lies implicit in classic definition of capital, value used for the purpose of increasing value. Any social terrain allowing economic value to be used for purposes of increasing value can be congenial to the growth of capitalism. This can happen in countless different ways within a surplus-producing economy, which explains why capitalist development is so hard to contain under these conditions. To one degree or another, capitalist relations grew within the body of state socialism. Sometimes capitalist relations were fostered as the most acceptable means of coping with the pathologies of communist economic organization. The emergence of capitalist relations probably hastened the demise of state socialism, but even if they did not, they certainly influenced the orientation of its renegade ruling class and the identity of its successor. If the transition from communism to capitalism favors and is supported by the privileged classes of state socialist society, why is there so little working class resistance to the change? Although workers in communist societies may have, as Michael Burawa suggests, considerable power on the shop floor, on a societal level the working class is assiduously demobilized and structurally fragmented by communist social organization. Because communist parties claim to rule on behalf of the working class, absolute quiescence of the latter is of the utmost importance. Whenever the working class develops an autonomous political voice, as with Polish Solidarity, Communist Party rule is in serious jeopardy. Solidarity is the exception. Demobilization and fragmentation of the working class over many decades usually preclude any coherent working class response to communist collapse and transition to capitalism. Why should workers resist these developments? Has communism been good for the working class? Although certain social indicators suggest it has, the accumulationist preoccupation of virtually all communist states involves systematic exploitation of the working class. Workers in communist 252. Societies do not feel like rulers of society. Anecdotal evidence suggests they feel no less alienated from political power than do workers in capitalist societies. If a communist worker could compare herself to a French, German, or Swedish counterpart, she would not feel especially privileged. On behalf of what economic system should workers resist a transition from communism to capitalism? Many contemporary Marxists would propose democratic socialism. As matters now stand, democratic socialism is little more than a slogan with few organizational roots in communist or post-communist societies. Embracing such an alternative means embarking on a new visionary experiment with little idea of how to proceed and even less assurance of success. Virtually all classes in post-communist societies hanker for security rather than innovation. Nor is it evident that democratic socialism can be organized by even the most benevolent central authority. Very likely it must grow, through working class initiative, from the grassroots to the political center. Historical experience cautions the working class of post-communist societies against pinning its hopes upon great leaps forward. With no clear vision of an alternative, with little confidence in its own existence as a corporate entity, and with few institutions it can collectively embrace, coherent working class resistance to a capitalist transition is almost unthinkable. The case of China. Despite the debacle of communism in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, a communist party remains in power in the world's most populous country, China. According to many indicators, the Chinese economy is currently flourishing. Some experts consider it the world's fastest growing economy. For although party dictatorship persists and is sometimes brutal, as in the Tiananmen massacre of 1989, sweeping economic reforms happened after the death of Mao in 1976 and the political defeat of his chosen successors. These reforms dismantled collectivized agriculture, fostered small-scale private enterprise, encouraged investment in China by foreign enterprises, encouraged foreign 253 trade, reduced state price controls and, since 1990, facilitated the emergence of a Chinese stock market. The Communist Party seems to be organizing the restoration of capitalism in China. In view of communist collapse elsewhere, why does the Chinese Communist Party remain in power and even retain a measure of popular support? The Chinese journalist and social critic Lin Binyan gives 4 reasons for continued communist rule. First, the party still gets much credit for achieving national independence, defeating the parasitic landlord class, and initiating serious modernization of China. Second, totalitarian control of information prevents emergence of any broadly based organized opposition. Third, the improvement of living standards during the period of economic reform strengthens the position of the party. Finally, there is popular reaction to the disintegration of communism elsewhere. For many people, the crackdown on the student movement of 1989 marked the end of communist legitimacy. Yet the collapse of communism in the former Soviet Union has done the Chinese regime a great service. Afraid of chaos, the breakup of the country, and the economic hardship that characterizes the current situation in the former Soviet Empire, the Chinese people are now giving communist government another chance. None of the above suggests that communist rule or a managed economy will remain in China very long. Deng Xiaoping and the reigning communist leadership claim that anything that expands production automatically helps socialism, and that individual self-interest and modern technology are the best means to expand production. Yet the present Chinese economy is rapidly diverging from any known species of socialism and rapidly converging toward capitalism, most probably in its underdeveloped incarnation. Communist Party dictatorship in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union proved much more fragile than it appeared. Although communist rule in China has very different roots, the position of the party is also fragile. The Chinese party has never fully recovered from the blows to its esteem and authority delivered by the Cultural Revolution. It is rife with corruption and riddled with cadre cynicism. Adherence by party branches to the directives. 254. Of the center is often only approximate. During the recent period of economic reform, Western capitalist culture has deeply penetrated Chinese society, eviscerating ethical codes long used by the party to maneuver the population. These symptoms strongly suggest the Chinese Communist Party lacks the political and ideological resources to perpetuate its dictatorship. Is a total disintegration of Chinese communism in the offing? This could happen, but there is also some chance of transition to a progressive democratic society with a mixed economy and a comprehensive social welfare system. China lacks any significant tradition of political democracy, and party elites understand recent history to mean that democratic reform invites national disintegration and the collapse of communism. Nevertheless, the educated classes on whom China's subsequent economic development depends are thoroughly opposed to arbitrary authoritarianism and seem to favor democracy. Because the economy is doing well and because the Communist Party retains some political credibility, future party leadership may exhibit flexibility and initiative. If the present economic momentum continues, such a leadership will be in a far stronger reforming position than was Gorbachev. Because China has been unified for several thousand years and 95% of the population is of Han nationality, it will not face a disintegration crisis. That a capitalist economy is reemerging in China seems evident. That Communist Party dictatorship will not endure long seems very likely. Any further predictions are pure speculation. If China adopts democratic capitalism, preserves the main social achievements of the revolution, institutionalizes civil liberties, and sustains the present economic momentum, it might be misleading to say that communism collapsed there as it did in Eastern Europe. One could argue that the communist revolution in China successfully fulfilled its historical mission, acknowledged the limits placed on its development by social structure, and evolved into the best feasible system of political economy. This would seem to be the most positive conceivable outcome of the Great Chinese Revolution. Many observers will view the above scenario as wildly implausible. William Hinton, for example, thinks that China is rapidly returning to a semi-feudal, semi-colonial, comprador capitalist status. 255. Is communist collapse inevitable? Overweening ambition is the Achilles heel of communist revolutions. This comes in both a political and an economic form. The political variant of overweening ambition revolves around the effort to revolutionize society without adequate popular support. This generates political dictatorship, not as a temporary response to revolutionary crisis and not in the tempered form of genuine class dictatorship but as a permanent method of rule exercised by a narrow and self-selected elite. It can lead to horrendous acts of tyranny, but even in its most moderate mutation, overweening political ambition institutionalizes a preposterous contradiction between economic cooperation and democracy. Communist dictatorship presents itself as an advance over capitalism. Yet any advanced form of social equality requires democracy. Dictatorship perforce establishes a radical inequality of power and social status and must be considered a primitive type of social organization. Democracy as currently practiced may have serious limitations such as instability, difficulty achieving consensus, and avoidance of important issues, but the appropriate response is developing better forms of democracy. If this is not possible, then it seems preferable to abandon revolutionary power in favor of democracy rather than mutilating the inner meaning of the revolutionary movement. The economic variant of overweening ambition involves undertaking economic tasks for which the forces of production are not sufficiently developed. When energetically pursued, this aberration squanders human effort and creates distorted, increasingly dysfunctional economic systems. Through prodigious exploitation of human labor and natural resources, remarkable results can be temporarily achieved, but the relation between output and input remains unsatisfactory, and economic reproduction of the system becomes increasingly difficult. The Stalinist system, consisting of a centrally managed economy and a totalitarian state coordinated by ideology and propelled by terror, is not viable over any long time interval. It is not inevitable, however, that communist revolutions evolve into 256. Stalinist systems. When not molested by external enemies, other paths of development are available. The key is to resist revolutionary hubris and the overweening ambition that it conveys. Marxist theory implies that revolution is sometimes possible and sometimes necessary to unleash the forces of production. It also implies that the evolution of human society cannot be determined by sheer volition, regardless of how fierce and relentless that volition is. Nor is it inevitable that a Stalinist system, once established, will frustrate all reforming efforts short of capitalist restoration. The chance of reforming a Stalinist system depends more upon political than upon economic circumstances. The main structural pathology of Stalinism is the complete absence of democracy combined with the unbounded power of the state. The main objects of successful reform must be full democracy, limited state power, and creation of a balanced, decentralized, efficient economic system. Several reform efforts have foundered on the absence of a coherent and practical vision of the economic structure to be created. The economic system should, among other things, encourage cooperation without relying excessively upon the altruistic motivation of economic actors. A great deal depends upon the political credibility of the reforming agent. Successful reform will rarely, if ever, be accomplished by a severely compromised political authority. Nor can the reform endeavor be undertaken with any guarantee of success. This would violate the spirit and letter of democracy. The accumulated crimes of the regime, when fully exposed, may preclude any possibility of reform. The point at issue is not the certainty of successful reform. The point is only to deny the inevitability of failure. Stalinism cannot and should not succeed, but the communist project conceived in a larger sense need not perish along with it. Conclusion. The general context for comprehending the collapse of communist systems is the classical historical materialist proposition. 257. That a socialist society can be created only with highly developed forces of production. This principle doomed the effort to build socialism in one country from the very start. Communist revolutions cannot, through their own independent efforts, develop forces of production sufficiently to make socialism feasible. The optimism and human energy mobilized by the revolution exhaust themselves long before the necessary forces of production exist. The economic system designed to accomplish the Herculean tasks of socialist accumulation lacks both macroeconomic balance and microeconomic efficiency. Eventually it slumps into a condition of stagnation from which its economic inferiority to advanced capitalism becomes plainly evident. The political structure begotten in the effort to build socialism in a backward society is inevitably dictatorial. The impulse towards socialism has weak roots in pre-capitalist societies. In the absence of a revolutionary class committed to socialism, the socialist impulse must come from a state determined to impose its will upon the population it rules. The extent and brutality of the revolutionary dictatorship can vary a great deal, but without an extreme concentration of state power, socialist construction would never start in an underdeveloped country. The communist dictatorship, once thoroughly established, is very difficult to reform. It fragments and demobilizes the subject population and repels democratizing efforts by communist elites. Hence the dictatorial political structure remains intact long after belief in communist ideology declines, and the state bureaucracy adds cynicism to its long-standing incompetence. Deprived of honest conviction and without hope of achieving its original goals, the state evolves into an imposing but rigid shell lacking resilience or recuperative power. When that shell is fractured, as eventually it must be in the normal course of social affairs, the entire superannuated political edifice falls to the ground. The roots of communist collapse may lie in its economic structure, but the timing and abruptness of the breakdown requires a political explanation. 4 distinctive characteristics of communist political organization have been emphasized: totalitarianism, ideological cohesion, dictatorship, and the disciplined party. These characteristics explain why communist systems are subject to sudden and complete breakdowns. By studying them carefully, a task that has not been undertaken in this chapter, one gains certain insights about when breakdowns are likely to happen. The demise of communism in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union does not mean that all communist systems will collapse in the near future or that reform of communist systems is impossible. A communist system is unlikely to collapse when governed by systematic terror, or when the economy is performing well and the ruling party has reasonable political credibility. The possibility of successful reform depends upon establishment of a balanced, decentralized, efficient economic system that encourages cooperation but also allows a variety of different property forms. It depends even more on the emergence of full democracy, which requires a deep and unlikely shift in the orientation of the Communist Party. The party must countenance a transition from its secure position as an institutionalized part of the state apparatus to a contingent status as one of several contending political parties. A reform that preserves the real social achievements of communism in realms such as health, education, and employment, and that is not just a polite surrender to capitalism, is much more likely when the economy is not in crisis condition and when the agent of reform is not universally despised. The interpretation of communist collapse presented in this chapter may be consistent with the precepts of analytical Marxism but is certainly not unique to it. Nor will it command consensus among analytical Marxist theorists. I venture to say that none of the major figures in the field will agree with this interpretation in its entirety. The theory of communist collapse is still in its infancy. Analytical Marxists can make at least 3 distinctive contributions to this vital subject. They can apply an axiomatic reformulation of historical materialism to communist social formations. They can use the general theory of exploitation to explain why economic systems with communist productive capabilities and communist property relations experience difficulty reproducing themselves. Finally, they can employ what I describe as class-conscious general equilibrium theory to study the viability of various proposals for reforming communism. 259. 9. Socialism. Anyone who is not confused does not understand the situation. Anonymous aphorism. The socialist project in crisis. For well over a century, socialism has been the shadow alternative to capitalism. Criticisms of capitalist institutions on behalf of freedom, justice, or equality explicitly or implicitly posit socialism as the systemic alternative. The critics may disagree about what socialism means or whether it already exists, but socialism has nevertheless been the specter giving practical relevance to movements against capitalism. Now the status of socialism as a feasible and desirable alternative to capitalism is in jeopardy. Numerous intellectuals in every part of the globe now regard it as either infeasible or undesirable or both. By far the most important cause of disaffection from socialism is the brutal history and stunning collapse of communist regimes in Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union. The reasons for the collapse were discussed in the previous chapter. Although few scholars regard communist regimes as anything more than distant relatives of socialism, their precipitous demise still suggests that socialist institutions are unstable, inefficient, and inherently authoritarian. Capitalism, for all its flaws, appears to many as the best social system available at the end of the 20th century. Analytical Marxism arose prior to the fall of communist systems in 1989 and afterward. Analytical Marxists uniformly opt to 60. Socialism. 261. Posed the tyrannical aspects of communism and sought to redeem scientific Marxism from the banalities of official Soviet ideology. Although none predicted the collapse of Eastern European communism, there is no logical reason why this collapse should pose an intellectual or moral crisis for persons with an analytical Marxist perspective. I have emphasized the theoretical openness and political diversity of analytical Marxism. Yet virtually all analytical Marxists embrace the emancipatory intent of classical Marxist theory and do not want the socialist project buried beneath the rubble of dictatorial communism. Several energetically reaffirm the feasibility and desirability of socialism and are now constructing practical models of how it might work. Recent analytical Marxist theorizing tends to focus on market socialism. Communist societies, points out John Romer, differ from Western capitalist societies in three fundamental ways: dictatorial politics, central allocation of resources, and public ownership of means of production. Theoretical considerations as well as recent history suggest that this particular combination is economically inefficient, politically unstable, and morally catastrophic, but they certainly do not show that public ownership of productive facilities, if combined with a democratic polity and decentralized resource allocation via markets, is infeasible or undesirable. A society organized along these latter lines is called market socialist. Not all analytical Marxists are enthusiastic about market socialism. In a touching article discussing the sadness he feels about finally abandoning all hope for the Bolshevik experiment, Gerald Cohen warns that a process of adaptive preference formation preferring an alternative merely because it is available has induced some socialist intellectuals to wax enthusiastic about market socialism. Cohen himself regards market socialism as inherently unjust and at best second best. Market socialism is socialist because it abolishes the distinction between capital and labor. There is no separate class of capitalists facing workers who own no capital. But it is unlike traditionally conceived socialism in that its worker-owned firms relate to one another and to consumers in standard market contractual fashion. 262. Market socialism remains deficient from a socialist point of view. Because there is injustice in a system which confers high rewards on people who happen to be unusually talented and who form highly productive cooperatives. The most systematic attempt to address such critiques of market socialism is David Miller's book, Market, State, and Community, which carries the subtitle Theoretical Foundations of Market Socialism. Miller, like Cohen, is firmly committed to socialism and strongly influenced by the methods of analytical philosophy. We shall consider Miller's arguments and conclusions after briefly reviewing the history of ideas about market socialism. The classic model of market socialism. In his latest book on the future of socialism, John Romer identifies 5 stages through which the idea of market socialism has progressed. 1. The first stage involved recognition that labor time and other natural units were not adequate for rational economic calculation. Socialism, if it had any pretense of being a rational economic system, had to establish meaningful prices that conveyed vital economic information. The second stage revolved around the insight that general equilibrium theory was relevant to socialist economic calculation. This insight suggested that prices appropriate for socialism could be obtained by solving a very large and complicated set of equations. The third stage in the evolution of thinking about market socialism came about when Oscar Lange, Abba Lerner, and a few others saw that strictly theoretical calculations would not suffice. Obtaining prices suitable for socialism required using a real market. Even assuming the availability of powerful computers, a central planning board could never have all the information needed for proper price calculations. Lange developed a model showing how markets and planning could be integrated under socialism. The model indicated what policies the central planning board should follow to converge upon equilibrium prices. Lange subsequently modified this model on the basis of suggestions by Lerner, and the Lange-Lerner. Socialism. 263. Formulation is generally regarded as the classic paradigm for market socialism. The fourth stage of thinking about market socialism emerged from market reforms in communist societies. The most important of these reforms occurred in Yugoslavia after Tito's break with Stalin, in Hungary after the introduction of the new economic mechanism in 1968, in China after the death of Mao, and in the Soviet Union under Gorbachev. None of these reforms were perfect implementations of the Lange-Lerner model, but they did compel socialist thinkers to acknowledge many previously unrecognized barriers toward a workable market socialism, especially if an overweening state routinely rescues enterprises that perform badly. Romer labels current theories as the fifth stage of thinking about market socialism. Current theories have moved beyond the Lange-Lerner model by eliminating most public ownership of productive enterprises and virtually all price setting by a central planning board. Romer's own blueprint for market socialism provides a good example of current thinking. Before discussing contemporary thinking, it will be useful to examine more closely the Lange-Lerner formulation, the classic model of market socialism. According to this model, branches of industry where perfect competition prevails remain in private hands, but the remaining sectors become publicly owned. Two branches are distinguished within the publicly owned industry: units producing consumer goods, and units producing capital goods. The prices of consumer goods are determined by the market, but the prices of capital goods are set by a central planning board. To set prices, the central planning board uses a trial and error procedure patterned upon the Walrasian concept of tâtonnement. The board establishes an initial set of prices for capital goods and then observes the relation between supply and demand under these prices. If the supply of a capital good exceeds the demand, then the price of that good decreases in the next round. Conversely, if the demand exceeds the supply, then the price increases in the subsequent price iteration. This is precisely what happens in a free market economy, so the central planning board appears to emulate the market. Through this trial and error process, claims Lange, prices converge to an optimal equilibrium. 264. Price convergence is assisted by the two rules that managers of publicly owned enterprises are instructed to follow: choose production methods that minimize average cost, and choose the level of production output at which marginal cost equals product price. Wages should be proportional to the disutility of the labor being performed. Thus disagreeable labor is rewarded more generously than enjoyable work. A socialist economy of the Lange-Lerner type is claimed to have three main advantages over a private enterprise economy. It distributes income in a manner that attains maximum social welfare. It converts social overhead costs into prime costs, thus eliminating much of the social waste connected with private enterprise. Capitalist monopolies hinder introduction of new technologies, whereas socialist enterprise should at least in theory encourage innovation. Against these advantages, Lange sets two drawbacks of his market socialism: the rate of accumulation is politically determined and hence arbitrary, and economic life has a tendency to become bureaucratized under socialism. The latter disadvantage is mitigated, however, because tendencies toward bureaucratization are said to be equally strong or even stronger under monopoly capitalism. Before discussing the theoretical foundations of market socialism, I shall mention a few of the more frequent criticisms about the Lange-Lerner model. It is not evident why a central planning board is needed at all. Why not determine all prices in the public sector by market mechanisms? Although Lange and Lerner do not favor comprehensive economic planning, the price-setting tasks they give to the Central Planning Board are still well beyond its capacities. Even if such problems are ignored, there are strong theoretical and practical reasons for doubting that the trial and error procedure will converge to an equilibrium. Given the important functions of the Central Planning Board, it will be difficult to hold managers responsible for economic failures. Thus, a tendency toward protecting inefficient enterprises will emerge. The Central Planning Board could conceivably mimic the price-setting functions of a market, but it could not induce the genuine competition upon which economic efficiency depends. Hence Lang-Lerner market socialism, even when implemented faithfully, would be a cumbersome, wasteful, and inefficient economy. Having sketched the classical model and some criticisms of it, we shall now consider the theoretical foundations of market socialism, followed by some recent analytical Marxist thinking about how socialism might be implemented. Theoretical foundations of market socialism. The image used by David Miller to explore the ethical underpinnings of market socialism is a synthesis of traditional socialism and the radical individualism found in libertarian philosophies. The basic aims of his market socialism are obtaining economic efficiency by using markets in production, making democracy feasible by limiting the role of the state, achieving a more equal distribution of primary income, and protecting the autonomy of workers. To achieve these aims, the ownership of capital is socialized, but a market mechanism is used to provide most goods and services. In Miller's version of pure market socialism, all productive enterprises are workers' cooperatives, and each enterprise is democratically controlled by its workers. The enterprise sells its products on an open market and pays its workers from the receipts of these sales. The cooperative decides how to distribute income among its workers, how much and in what to invest, what prices to charge for its products, and on all other matters pertaining to itself. Under pure market socialism, the income of a worker depends entirely upon the economic success of her cooperative. Socially owned capital is managed by a number of public investment agencies from which workers' cooperatives lease capital. The public investment agencies decide which projects to support and how much interest to charge. Considerations of justice and practicality require modifications in this model of pure market socialism. Though workers' cooperatives remain preponderant, various forms of productive enterprise must coexist, and a democratic state has an important role to play. The functions of the state under market socialism include protecting the system against external encroachment, setting ground rules for social and economic relations, managing the economy so that all markets work efficiently. 266. Modifying the income distribution to achieve distributive justice, and supplying public goods. Miller does not try to present a detailed plan for market socialism. His purpose is not designing societies but defending the concept of market socialism against criticisms raised by libertarians and traditional socialists. Compared to the feasible alternatives, market socialism provides the greatest attainable amounts of economic and political freedom. It offers more economic and political choices than state socialism, and offers choices to more people than capitalism does. Market socialism, claims Miller, can equal competitive capitalism in economic efficiency, yet generates far less income inequality than either capitalism or state socialism. Is market socialism just? Social justice, argues Miller, means not strict economic equality, but each person getting what she deserves. A just economic system bases rewards upon personal desert, yet measuring desert is no simple matter. A sensible measure of personal desert must be public, non-arbitrary, and reasonably easy to implement. A controversial feature of Miller's analysis is the role he assigns to equilibrium prices. If a situation of relative equality exists and if a price equilibrium has been achieved, then Miller regards market value superior to other practical methods of judging a person's economic contribution to society. But market socialism creates relative economic equality and approaches or attains a price equilibrium. Thus the economic rewards distributed under market socialism usually correspond to personal desert and are reasonably just. In the minority of cases where economic reward departs drastically from personal desert, the socialist state intervenes to make amends. The appropriate standard of justice, keep in mind, is not some hypothetical ideal but what can be attained in the real world. The constraints imposed by practicality are essential to Miller's argument for the justice of market socialism. Even under ideal circumstances, market value is not an accurate measure of effort or competence unless one resorts to tautology. Market value might be the best practical measure of personal desert, but one needs to show that a highly inaccurate measure of desert is still more just than strict equality. Of course, strict equality might sabotage economic efficiency, but is this relevant to the issue of justice? Furthermore, the degree of equality attained by market socialism may not approximate the ideal circumstances mentioned in the previous paragraph. The economic advantages attributed to markets require extensive inequality of reward. However, income distribution affects the structure of demand, and demand affects equilibrium prices. How can a market value, prejudiced by both income inequality and the prices resulting from this inequality, constitute a plausible measure of personal desert? Yet if market value does not measure desert, then Miller's argument for the justice of market socialism collapses. Does exploitation exist under market socialism? Miller considers a transaction exploitative if the transaction is more advantageous to the exploiter and less advantageous to the exploited than some appropriately chosen benchmark transaction, and the transaction occurs because the exploiter has some prior advantage over the exploited party. The benchmark Miller favors for measuring economic exploitation is the set of equilibrium prices entailed by morally defensible economic entitlements. A surprising consequence of this idea is that no exchange at equilibrium prices can be exploitative. Non-equilibrium exchange is a necessary but not sufficient condition for exploitation. Unfortunately, Miller's benchmark encounters the problem of multiplicity. Many morally defensible regimes of economic entitlement may exist, and many price equilibria may correspond to each one. Multiplicity of price equilibria renders assessment of exploitation entirely indeterminate. If workers do not have access to capital and if private ownership of capital is deemed morally indefensible, then capitalist economic transactions are inherently exploitative. This is so because the scarcity of capital enables its owner to command a premium. But a non-exploitative capitalism is theoretically possible. Capitalism would be non-exploitative if all workers had easy access to capital. Although this is unlikely, to say the least, Miller uses the hypothetical possibility to argue that capitalist exploitation derives not from the form of the relationship between workers and capitalists but from their unequal bargaining power. According to Miller, the situation is entirely different under market socialism. Here people can acquire valuable resources only by undertaking productive activity, and these resources cannot 268 be made into private capital. The absence of giant corporations means that perfect competition occurs more readily under market socialism than under advanced capitalism. The absence of private capital and the existence of perfect competition greatly reduce the likelihood of exploitation under market socialism. Exploitation can still occur but, contrary to capitalism, it need not. With an economy based upon workers' cooperatives and public ownership of capital, a properly crafted public policy can successfully prevent exploitation. Miller wants to establish that market socialism is not at best second best, as Gerald Cohen claims, but the optimal economic system for the current historical epoch. Hence he offers a critique of communism, a form of society Marxists usually regard superior to socialism. He defines communism as a negation of the leading features of capitalism. Wage labor, commodity production, and the market are all abandoned. Production takes place according to a socially determined plan, though each person is allowed to choose the kind of work he performs. The division of labor is broken down, each person being permitted to work at a succession of different tasks. People are allocated goods from the common stock according to need. Economic competition disappears, and social relationships become communitarian. Miller makes three basic critiques of communist society. It does not eliminate all possibility of exploitation, it may not allow people to develop their own individuality, and it lacks the inherent dynamic thrust of capitalism. These are not overpowering criticisms. Eliminating the very possibility of exploitation may be excluded by the indeterminacy of human institutions. That communism would prevent people from developing their individuality is highly conjectural at best. And in an age of environmental peril, a society not wedded to growth by the logic of its social relations could be considered an unmitigated blessing. Naturally, Miller's critique of communism is closely associated with his defense of markets. Markets are needed to develop human individuality and to institutionalize social dynamism. Markets in any form do generate alienation, but market socialism, Miller insists, eliminates some alienation present in other market societies. Market alienation is further mitigated if the market economy has been democratically chosen. And not all alienation comes from markets. Some is deeply rooted in the nature of work as a social activity and will survive any conceivable economic reorganization. Miller believes the competitive features of market socialism should be tolerated because they serve cooperative purposes, an argument rather similar to Adam Smith's defense of capitalism. The ubiquity of markets under capitalism tends to isolate individuals and produce antagonistic relations between them. Socialists hope to create an active and mutually supportive community that augments a person's sense of efficacy, security, and happiness. Can market socialism facilitate the emergence of a strong community? Miller is dubious about the traditional socialist concept of community. Such a community must be small, intense, and highly exclusive. Yet if overall social integration is desired, a more inclusive but less intense form of association must emerge. Miller also sees tension between communal solidarity and individual self-development. Self-development is easily stifled by the ministrations of an overweening community. Reconciling the legitimate claims of individuality and solidarity requires a looser form of community than is usually favored by socialists. These caveats notwithstanding, a vital community remains an important element of market socialist society. A vital community enriches personal identity, helps individuals influence the world, and provides cultural underpinning for the socialist principle of distribution according to need. According to Miller, however, citizenship understood as active and disinterested participation in the political affairs of society is the only universal form of community viable in the modern world. While recognizing that citizenship is a pale shadow of what socialists have meant by community, Miller still thinks it embodies elements of the radical vision. Citizenship helps constitute personal identity, expresses equality of political status, and can provide an ideological basis for distribution according to need. Associated with citizenship in constituting a viable socialist community is the phenomenon of nationality. Socialists are often hostile to nationality, viewing it as an ominously divisive identification. 270. Indicative of a non-rational orientation towards social life. Miller regards this position as short-sighted. The nation is the only context within which an overarching and inclusive community can form in modern societies. Nationality provides enough common culture to underwrite social solidarity, but not so much as to suffocate individual autonomy. Thus, like the market, it can achieve an optimal blend of opposing tendencies. The perils of nationalism cannot be ignored, but a strong sense of nationality remains indispensable for building a socialist community. Politics carries a particularly heavy weight under David Miller's conception of market socialism. Politics must make good the unjustified inequalities, the deficiencies in spontaneous community, and the residual alienation and exploitation characteristic of pure market socialism. Politics under market socialism should be distinguished by its emphasis on consensus-creating dialogue. Dialogue politics is an alternative to interest aggregation politics. Under interest aggregation politics, actors are irredeemably egoistic and have essentially immobile opinions grounded in fixed interests. The essence of politics is reconciling interests to forge a coherent majority coalition. Dialogue politics, on the other hand, assumes that political actors seek the common good and that opinions can change drastically as a result of communication. Political dialogue succeeds when a proposal not only commands majority support but can be accepted by the minority as well. Legitimacy of decisions in dialogue politics derives not mainly from adherence to proper procedure but from honestly presenting the reasons behind a decision, thus making it easier for opponents to accept. Miller's notion of dialogue politics connects with his ideas about community. A tightly knit community is not optimal for political dialogue because it obstructs the social distance needed for objective discussion. Conversely, however, vigorous political dialogue can occur even in large countries. Miller speaks warmly of political representation as a mechanism allowing a certain kind of dialogue to happen. He also has definite ideas about the kind of state required by market socialism and dialogue politics. It must be a constitutional state rather than a majoritarian democracy. For purposes of establishing an effective system of checks and balances, decision-making rights must be carefully divided. The market socialist state should institutionalize the rule of law rather than the rule of the majority and should confer specific rights upon all its citizens. Investment banks function as guardians of socially owned capital in Miller's version of market socialism. Many such banks should exist, and they must be highly autonomous from the central government. Welfare goods are distributed according to need, and access to these goods is a constitutional right rather than a means-tested privilege. One has to admire the ingenuity of Miller's arguments and the doggedness of his efforts to separate practical from utopian elements in the theory of socialism. His basic theoretical strategy is to link socialism with the development of individuality and to link the latter with markets. By this device he tries to synthesize libertarianism with traditional ideas about socialism. While recognizing Miller's creativity and complete sincerity, I doubt that libertarianism and socialism are nearly so compatible as his approach would require. Miller sacrifices most of the distinctive aspects of socialism to a static concept of individualism. Markets are the historical progenitor of the individualism he touts and indeed may be indispensable for its continuation. That such hermetical imprisonment within the acquisitive self is the highest form of human development of which the current historical epoch is capable, or that it conveys human happiness in copious amounts, seems dubious and is certainly not established by Miller. An even deeper problem with market, state, and community is the tendency to make a virtue of necessity. If market socialism is the only politically feasible version of democratic socialism, then perhaps it is also the most desirable variety. This practice badly confounds normative and strategic judgments, obscuring the important distinction between cherished ideals and concessions to political reality. David Miller, I must agree with Cohen, does engage in adaptive preference formation. A blueprint for socialism. John Romer's ideas about market socialism differ from those of David Miller in three important ways. His thinking is more 272. Operational and less philosophical than Miller's. Control of enterprises by their workers is not an essential part of Romer's blueprint, and he makes no claims about the justice of market socialism. On the latter issue, Romer says, "It is wrong, in my view, to maintain that any market system, with or without capitalists, allocates resources and incomes justly. What perfectly working competitive markets do is pay people according to the evaluation that other people in society put on their contribution. Under market socialism, people will receive differential wages, and that will reflect their differential economic value to society. But they will not deserve those wages nor be entitled to them, because I do not believe they deserve or are entitled to returns to their arbitrarily assigned genetic compositions and familial and social environments, which largely determine their skills. I view the differential wages that will accompany a market socialist system as justifiable for only one reason: they are a byproduct of using a labor market to allocate labor, and there is no other known way to allocate labor more efficiently in a large, complex economy than by use of a labor market." Romer conceives market socialism as an economic system with market allocation of most private goods and services, public ownership of economic enterprises, democratic control over how economic surplus is used, and significant state control over major economic institutions. The state control advocated by Romer differs entirely from the command/administrative allocation found in communist societies. Market socialism need not be Pareto inferior to capitalism in providing material goods, and will surely beget greater income equality. Romer makes his market socialism as much like successful capitalist economies as possible. The decisive operational characteristic of Romer's market socialism is that publicly owned firms are managed by individuals who try to maximize profits at going prices. As we shall see, several important institutions are designed to ensure that enterprise managers do try to maximize profits. Managers are not appointed by the state, they may be elected by workers or hired by a board of directors. Labor markets exist, and workers are hired at wages set by supply and demand. Even when workers have the power to hire and fire managers, they still need labor unions to protect them from managerial zealotry. Private goods and services are allocated by markets, and the government provides public goods. Market socialism as conceived by Romer has two important socialist characteristics: profits are divided equally among all adult citizens, and the government intervenes to control the overall nature of investment. The nature of government intervention represents Romer's most original contribution to the theory of market socialism. By simply regulating the interest rates at which firms borrow money, government planners can, as Romer and his colleagues show, achieve virtually any technically feasible composition of investment. Such regulation of interest rates is a non-intrusive but effective form of central planning. Neither output nor prices nor the distribution of labor is centrally planned, only the composition of investment. Investment planning is not the arbitrary imposition of a government bureaucracy. The broad features of investment are decided by democratic political processes. Romer considers political determination of investment necessary to avoid various possible market failures. For example, equilibrium investment levels often fall below the social optimum. While recognizing that workers' control may be helpful in limiting the power of managers, Romer remains ambivalent about this practice. Workers must not appropriate the profits of the enterprises at which they work. These firms belong to everyone, and direct profit appropriation would create large and unjustified income inequalities. More generally, workers' control could interfere with profit maximization, thereby undermining the efficiency of the market socialist economy. For example, worker-controlled firms might protect jobs by resisting labor-saving technology or pad wages by refusing to hire additional workers when production should expand. Market socialism, if it hopes to be a dynamic economic system, must encourage innovation. To provide incentives for lonely inventors and other creative entrepreneurs, Romer allows small private firms to exist. If these firms exceed a certain size, they are nationalized, with ample compensation to the owners. 274. He thinks this arrangement will inspire the entrepreneurial spirit. In the absence of the discipline imposed by a stock market, what will induce market socialist managers to maximize profits? Originally suggested by Pranab Bartham, the system of managerial control outlined by Romer is based on the role of banks in Japanese capitalism. The essential problem is to find or create agents with both the motivation and the capacity to monitor managerial performance in market socialist enterprises. For this purpose, Romer organizes his market socialist economy into groups of firms producing related products. Each group is clustered around a bank that arranges financing for the associated firms. Each firm owns shares in the other firms of its group, and the board of directors of each firm includes representatives from the other firms and the bank. Part of the social dividend received by workers derives from the profits of other firms within their own group, giving workers a material interest in the economic performance of these firms. Romer hopes this arrangement will give each firm the incentive and capacity to monitor the managers of other firms in their group. Although bank monitoring of firms has been a successful alternative to the stock market in both Germany and Japan, the Bartham-Romer proposal has certain drawbacks as a means of enforcing managerial efficiency under market socialism. It would surely increase the already substantial income inequality resulting from differential wages. The clusters could easily become quasi-feudal domains restricting the efficient flow of capital and allowing managers to protect rather than monitor each other. Nor is it evident how workers could effectively participate in the monitoring process. Is such an elaborate monitoring system really necessary? Would not tying the salaries and continued employment of managers to profits induce the desired profit-maximizing behavior? Superior managerial monitoring could conceivably result from participation in international trade. Except for the protection of infant industries, Romer recommends adopting a free trade policy. Market socialist firms should be exposed to the regimen of international competition, but stringent limitations must be placed upon the political power of foreign capital. The legal socialism 275 system must prevent foreign capital from exercising undue political influence within market socialist society. How does market socialism stack up against other economic systems? We have already compared it to unadorned capitalism. Within highly productive economies, Romer conjectures, social democracy of the Scandinavian sort would equalize income about as well as market socialism. But this would not happen in less productive economies. Here market socialism would prove distinctly more egalitarian than social democracy. Yet income equality is not the fundamental goal of socialism. It is only a means to the more basic objective of equality in opportunity for self-realization. Whether opportunity for self-realization can be even roughly equalized under market socialism remains an open question. In this era of disaffection from socialism, John Romer's message remains remarkably optimistic. What the left must learn from the last 75 years is not that socialism is impossible, nor even that planning is unnecessary or harmful, but rather that the transition to socialism will be less dramatic than we had hoped. Circumventing socialism. David Miller claims that market socialism is preferable to communism. Robert van der Veen and Philippe van Parijs take a different tack. They ask whether socialism is really necessary to attain communism and conclude that it is not. If socialism means collective ownership of the means of production and if communism means distribution according to need, then communism, or something very much like it, can be reached without going through socialism. Socialism, argue van der Veen and van Parijs, is not necessary to produce material abundance because capitalism creates abundance at least as quickly as socialism. Nor is socialism needed to develop altruistic social consciousness. Communism does not require altruism. Although the left has traditionally favored socialism, historical experience indicates it is neither an effective means of human emancipation nor the exclusive route toward communism. 27.6. Van der Veen and van Parijs recommend circumventing socialism by introducing an unconditional income grant to each adult within a capitalist society. This grant gives each adult exactly the same amount of money irrespective of whether she works or has other income sources. Referred to as basic income, the unconditional grant is gradually expanded until it provides most of the income a person needs. By this process, income is increasingly distributed according to need, that is, society approaches communism. Gradually expanding basic income, argue van der Veen and van Parijs, is superior to other ways of transforming capitalism. For example, it is better than guaranteed income programs because it does not subvert incentive to work. It also has beneficial effects on the direction of technological progress. Workers provided with basic income are less willing to take extremely unpleasant jobs, thus spurring development of technology needed to eliminate such work. In his more recent papers, van Parijs offers a revised argument for basic income capitalism. Though strongly defending such a system, he no longer touts it as a road to communism. When evaluating the justice of a social system, a major consideration should be how well it treats the person with least opportunity. The most just system is that providing the greatest opportunity to the member with least opportunity, the system maximizing minimum opportunity. This, van Parijs tries to show, is approximately equivalent to providing the highest basic income. The choice between socialism and capitalism should be made not on abstract theoretical grounds but largely on the basis of which can provide the highest basic income. A mixed economy would probably be optimal for this purpose, but Van Parijs believes its main characteristics should be capitalist. Eric Wright takes issue with the claim that expanding basic income is a feasible route from capitalism to communism. Basic income, maintains Wright, will reduce the rate of profit, causing both capital flight and capital strike. To render basic income policy viable, the state must energetically block the flight and strike of capital, but this activity automatically gives society important socialist characteristics. A transition to communism requires socialism for political even more than for strictly economic reasons. Under capitalism, meddling with the income distribution can be extraordinarily divisive. Without socialism, Wright doubts that adequate political support could be mustered for expanding basic income toward eventual distribution by need. A basic income policy would, however, strengthen the working class and assist a transition towards socialism. Van Parijs deals with Wright's critique by attacking the assumption that basic income will lower the rate of profit. On the contrary, provision of basic income will, at least temporarily, increase capitalist profits by reducing industrial conflict and creating a more flexible and dynamic economy. Politically speaking, this effect is of the essence. The political possibility of basic income capitalism hinges largely upon the practicality of making capitalism more profitable via a basic income policy. Van Parijs acknowledges that when pushed far enough, basic income will be incompatible with capitalist incentives. But that eventuality lies far in the future and need not constrain present policy. At a time when socialist, social democratic, and even welfare state ideas are under severe attack, the basic income approach offers a glimmer of hope for people on the left. The basic income concept is both disarmingly simple and attractively bold. Its implementation within an advanced capitalist system seems far more feasible than any transition to socialism. Yet, as Wright points out and Van Parijs seems to recognize, a basic income policy could not go very far without requiring profound changes in capitalist property relations. The meaning of work would also require sweeping transformation. A large share of the work performed in advanced capitalist societies remains exhausting, tedious, and/or irksome. People only do it because they need the money. Most of these tasks cannot be automated within the foreseeable future, and given alienated capitalist relations of production, very many will remain undone if adequate basic income becomes available. If the spur of necessity is retired as a major motivation for doing unpleasant labor, something else must take its place. Primary income theorists indicate this something else will not be sheer altruism, but say little about what it could be. Without physical or economic compulsion, could the motivation for doing unpleasant labor be something very different than integration into an egalitarian socialist community? 278. The basic income game. Alan Carling uses game theory to study the basic income proposal. Adapting Michael Taylor's ideas on the social foundations of cooperation, Carling formulates what he calls the basic income game. This game addresses the question of whether people would work if they received an unconditional basic income. Each person in the basic income game decides whether or not to work. If a person works, she produces a fixed amount of economic value but also suffers the personal cost of laboring. In accordance with the basic income principle, the value a worker produces is distributed equally between all members of society whether or not they work. The worker receives no special compensation for her labor. If a person does not work, she gets an equal share of what is produced by those who do work, and she does not endure the disutility of working. Of course, a person who does not work sacrifices that small share she would have received when her own economic product was divided equally among all members of society. The population playing the basic income game is partitioned into a group that works and a group that does not. Is this particular division stable or unstable? Suppose a person is currently working. To decide whether she will work in the future, the worker compares the reward she now receives with the reward she would receive if she stopped working. If this reward is greater than what she now gets, she stops working. Otherwise she continues working. Thus she will continue working only if the personal cost of working is less than the small fragment of value she gets when her own economic product is divided equally among the entire population. Unless the population is minuscule, this is extremely unlikely. Suppose a person is currently not working. She will work in the future only if the net rewards she can expect from working, assuming nothing else changes, exceeds what she currently gets. Once again, this happens only when the cost of working is less than her proportionate share of the value she produces. Under all reasonable assumptions about population size and the productivity of labor, the only equilibrium of Carling's basic income game is no one working. Yet all members of society would be better off if everyone worked. The basic income game is actually a multi-person generalization of Prisoner's dilemma. This is a disheartening conclusion. Can anything be done to make a basic income policy workable? Using ideas suggested by Michael Taylor, Carling reconceptualizes the basic income game as an infinitely repeated game or supergame. Anticipated future plays of the big supergame influence current strategic thinking, but because people weigh the future less than the present, these plays are discounted at a fixed rate. The supergame conceptualization greatly ups the ante because participants must now contemplate the entire sequence of plays. It also makes possible much more sophisticated strategies of play. Consider a conditional strategy in which a person works in the next time period if at least n people worked in the last time period, but does not work next time if fewer than n people worked last time. Carling shows that an equilibrium of the big supergame exists when exactly n people adopt this strategy and everyone else never works. This equilibrium, named by Carling the green stick equilibrium because its graphical representation resembles a green stick bone fracture, assumes that n is sufficiently large and that future plays of the game are important to people. The green stick equilibrium exists only because the n people who adopt the conditional strategy see that if any one of them stops working in the next period, then absolutely no one will work thereafter. The work of each, one might say, is motivated by the combined work of all coalition members and by considering the entire future evolution of the big supergame. The green stick equilibrium may sustain a basic income policy, but if the number of non-workers is large, it can hardly be considered an egalitarian solution. We then have what amounts to a class division between workers and non-workers, even though these classes are not based upon ownership of property. It does make sense for workers to continue working, but their own welfare remains distinctly inferior to that of non-workers. The lazy, to use a phrase of John Elster, are exploiting the industrious. 280. Can the basic income game be reformulated to retain the basic income idea but allow for a more egalitarian solution? Carling presents two such variations, which may be called Gotha program socialism and police socialism. Gotha program socialism takes off from the idea of rewarding work appropriately and then distributing the rest of the economic product equally among all members of society. Thus each worker is paid exactly the amount commensurate with the disutility of her labor, and everything else is distributed by the basic income principle. With this method of payment, the only equilibrium turns out to be everyone working and thus receiving exactly the same income. Gotha program socialism preserves the basic income principle only by introducing wages in a big way. By assuming all jobs have the same disutility, it assumes away a paramount problem with the basic income approach, the tendency for the worst work to remain undone. Carling himself identifies a major snag in this solution. As population increases, the advantage of working over not working becomes vanishingly small. Gotha program socialism provides rather cold comfort to advocates of basic income. Police socialism is even less reassuring. The idea behind police socialism is distributing income equally but then punishing people who do not work. This punishment is implemented through a police force or the functional equivalent of a police force financed by taxes upon working people. The effectiveness of a punishment is directly related to its cost. The authoritarian implications of this process are supposedly mitigated because punishments will seldom if ever be used. The rationale for this institutional structure is to implement basic income without resorting to wages and with incentives that remain intact as population increases. The mechanism of the punishment imposed upon non-workers and the form of taxation paid by workers are both important for achieving the desired effects. Without belaboring the details of Carling's police socialism model, we can observe that the tax paid by each worker is proportional to the number of non-workers, and the punishment suffered by each non-worker is proportional to the number of workers. If the number of workers is small, they will be swamped by the costs of punishment. But if the number of workers is large, the power of the punishment will be overwhelming. As one might expect, police socialism has two equilibria, everyone working and no one working. The system also defines a critical number of workers. If the initial working population exceeds this critical number, then the game approaches the everyone working equilibrium. If the initial working population is less than the critical number, then the no one working equilibrium is reached. Most socialists, Carling understands, will be repulsed by the coercive nature of police socialism. He defends his formulation in two ways. The presentation is intentionally provocative, but the character of the police force and the nature of the sanctions upon non-workers remain flexible and need not entail elemental coercion. And whatever authoritarianism police socialism truly implies is simply that needed to stabilize any system of market relations. If the case of entails an authoritarian solution to the problem of social order, then capitalism is an inherently authoritarian system. Whatever policy implications can be drawn from Carling's game theoretic analysis are not particularly favorable to the basic income approach. It seems very unlikely that a basic income scheme is workable without some system of sanctions against free riders. Whatever social apparatus is devised to administer these sanctions, formal or informal, moral or material, centralized or decentralized, there will have to be externally applied discipline in the society. Market socialism and social democracy. Some analytical Marxists favor market socialism as the best practical alternative to corporate capitalism. Others, like Adam Przeworski, embrace social democracy. The principal claim of social democracy is that the irrationality of capitalism can be overcome without socializing the means of production. This can be done by strengthening the working class within capitalist society through building vigorous trade unions and a popular. 282. Social Democratic Political Party. Whereas market socialists understand workers' control to mean abolishing capitalist property and establishing workers' cooperatives, social democrats interpret it as the existence of strong, democratically run unions within capitalist society. Social democratic strategy involves making the capitalist economy as efficient as possible, mainly by using Keynesian economic policies while simultaneously increasing the income and financial security of the working class. Advanced social democracy, some theorists claim, is an embryonic form of socialism and will steadily evolve into a full-blown socialist society. Others make no prediction about the future but simply regard social democracy as a more rational and less conflictual form of capitalism. The appeal of social democracy is easy to understand. It does not require a violent revolution or even a profound reorientation of capitalism. It does not propagate utopian and hence potentially dangerous visions of the future, but suggests practical means by which a capitalist state can eliminate poverty without courting economic inefficiency. It builds upon the actual achievements and proven capabilities of advanced capitalism, and can be implemented within a bourgeois republic. Social democracy has impressive accomplishments to its credit, including almost complete abolition of poverty in Scandinavia, and seems a low-risk way of making social and economic change. How can we compare social democracy and market socialism? John Elster and Karl Ove Mooney address this question in their introduction to the volume Alternatives to Capitalism. The short-term performance of a social system can be misleading. New systems sometimes commence with blazing success but then falter badly and remain mired in the doldrums. Really useful comparisons are based upon the endogenous steady-state properties of the systems being compared. Elster and Mooney also discuss the difference between static efficiency and dynamic efficiency. Systems that maximize static efficiency rarely maximize dynamic efficiency. The patent system, to use one of Elster's favorite examples, hinders spread of existing knowledge but strongly motivates creation of new technology. Elster and Mooney consider dynamic efficiency more important than static efficiency when comparing economic systems. Comparisons between social democracy and market socialism usually center on the issue of workers' cooperatives. Many writers conceive of market socialism as a system of workers' cooperatives that relate to each other primarily through the market. They regard the existence of such cooperatives as the major difference between market socialism and social democracy. All firms in a market socialist economy need not be workers' cooperatives. It is sufficient that the cooperatives, even if not in the majority, constitute a strong and coherent bloc within market socialist society. Such a mixed economy has definite advantages. Cooperative organization may be ill-suited for certain lines of production, and workers not wishing to participate should not be dragooned into producer cooperatives. Mooney defines a workers' production cooperative as an organization in which production activities are performed jointly by workers. Workers have a hand in managerial decisions and these decisions reflect their interests. Net income is divided among workers by some agreed upon method, and members have equal rights, so really important decisions are made democratically on a one-person one-vote basis. Workers' cooperatives sound good, yet in most situations where firms can form freely, the great majority are not cooperatives. Why is this so? Most Marxists deny that firms can ever form freely under capitalism. In a capitalist society, people who want to establish producer cooperatives usually have a hard time getting reasonable financing. As Elster and Mooney point out, there is often a scale trap when assessing the viability of social innovations. It is hazardous to infer how an innovation will work when instituted on a large scale on the basis of how it functioned on a small scale. The scarcity of cooperatives in an economic environment emphasizing competitive relationships is no evidence that producer cooperatives are inherently flawed or that market socialism is unworkable. For the few workers' cooperatives that manage to survive under capitalism have attractive characteristics: low absenteeism, low labor force turnover, no production losses from strikes, and high labor productivity. Within large cooperatives, efficiency requirements make extensive worker participation in management impractical, but representative democracy at the workplace plus. 284. Periodic election of managers might remedy this problem. The issue of innovation poses an even more serious quandary for workers' cooperatives. Workers in producer cooperatives lack strong economic incentives to innovate since the innovator only gets a small share of the gains resulting from a successful innovation. A low innovation rate soon becomes a low rate of economic growth, and the weakness of innovation is sometimes called the Achilles heel of workers' cooperatives and market socialism. 5. However, there are forces pushing in the opposite direction. Incentives to innovate can be structured into workers' cooperatives, and, as we shall see, the absence of labor capital conflict under market socialism often results in a higher rate of investment boosting economic growth. Because they try to maximize income per worker and make employment decisions on this basis, workers' cooperatives are sometimes said to act in economically irrational ways. When the price of its product increases, a cooperative will supposedly reduce the number of workers, thus supplying less of the product to the market. In an article comparing the economic effects of strong unions and workers' cooperatives, Carl Mooney analyzes the irrationality hypothesis. As a description of what cooperatives actually do, he finds it quite absurd. The hypothesis is based on a faulty understanding of the social and economic relations prevailing within workers' cooperatives. These organizations do strive to increase the average income of their workers, but this is certainly not their only nor even their most important objective. They also strive to provide security for their workers and to assure them equal treatment. Mooney considers two methods by which cooperatives can protect their workers in the face of unemployment. Both methods assume that the state provides some unemployment benefits to workers who lose their jobs. Under one method, the cooperative compensates the workers it discharges so that the sum of state unemployment benefits plus cooperative compensation equals the income of employed workers. Under the second method, the cooperative provides no compensation, but work. ERS to be discharged are chosen on a completely random basis. Moani shows that guaranteed income in the first case exactly equals expected income in the second. Given security providing methods like these, layoffs affect both employed and unemployed workers. Employed workers are affected because they must pay benefits to the unemployed or because they have to face an equal risk of becoming unemployed themselves. Major decisions are made democratically in workers' cooperatives, and without adequate security, workers will not vote to fire themselves. More to the point, it does not make economic sense to sack workers after a price increase when those fired will have the same income, or at least the same expected income, as those who are not. Thus workers' cooperatives will not respond to price increases in the perverse way of reducing the amount supplied. However, unemployment can result from a steep drop in prices. If prices fall so sharply that unemployment benefits exceed the value of a worker's marginal product, then an economically rational cooperative will lay off workers. But the discharged workers will presumably be rehired if and when prices increase sufficiently. Because democratically run cooperatives cannot easily fire their members, it rarely makes economic sense to fire workers. Given the rules under which they operate, they will also hesitate about taking new members. This points out an important difference between capitalist firms with strong unions and workers' cooperatives. Strong unions negotiate rigid wage schedules, and the firms in which they operate respond to output reductions by maintaining wages but reducing employment. Conversely, workers' cooperatives usually share the burden of hard times among all members. They tend to maintain employment and absorb economic fluctuations by adjusting wages. Starting from a position of full employment, Moani thinks market socialism would be less recession-prone than social democracy. Moani also thinks the continuing conflict between capital and labor within social democracy induces a tendency toward underinvestment, the strength of which is more or less proportional to the power of the trade union movement. The underinvestment tendency arises because the bargaining power of unions increases. 286. With the amount of fixed capital a firm installs. Thus investments drive up wages, and capitalist firms hesitate to make them. Capitalists underinvest precisely to limit the wage demands of workers. And when they do invest, owners may choose less productive but more mobile and resaleable equipment just to reduce the bargaining leverage gained by workers. The conflictual relationship between capital and labor causes yet other forms of waste and inefficiency within social democratic capitalism. Truth is hard to come by under conditions of intense conflict. To deter wage demands, firms may conceal their true profitability. Workers, expecting such deception, do not believe what they are told, and false perceptions about company profits can motivate high wage demands and even strikes. Given the nature of this strategic interaction, a rational union may strike just to establish a reputation as a tough bargainer. The discussion above is largely theoretical. What does empirical research tell us about the actual performance of social democracy? In a recently published review article, Gosta Esping Anderson and Kees van Kersbergen summarize and evaluate several decades of social scientific research on social democracy. The general thrust of research findings is that social democratic movements, if sufficiently strong and operating under congenial circumstances, can reduce income inequality and significantly improve the welfare of the working class under capitalism. There is little indication, however, that social democracy does or can transform capitalism into socialism. Successful social democracy requires both strong left-wing political parties exercising government power and a strong centralized trade union movement. Parties or unions alone have little effect upon capitalist society. An important and perhaps surprising function of trade unions is imposing wage restraint upon the working class in pursuit of macroeconomic objectives such as full employment or monetary stability. Other conditions are also necessary for successful social democratic change. The political right must be weak, coalitions between urban workers and agricultural producers must exist, and the country must have a favorable position in the international economy. The Polish Marxist Mieczysław Kalecki doubted the possibility of sustaining full employment under capitalism. He thought sustained full employment would induce serious inflation and wages so high they would threaten the existence of capitalist profits. But social democracy has been able to achieve full employment over long periods of time with neither runaway inflation nor a bankrupt capitalist class. Research suggests that full employment under capitalism is best achieved if the left is either very weak or very strong. If the left is weak, the capitalist class does not fear the effect of full employment on working class militancy. If the left is strong, social democratic style full employment becomes feasible. Neoclassical economic theory implies that income redistribution by the government depresses economic growth. But empirical research indicates this effect can be reduced or entirely limited if trade unions are strong enough to moderate wage demands. Scandinavian countries with strong social democratic movements have been able to increase economic equality without depressing economic growth. Yet the findings reported above are based upon a small number of unambiguously social democratic societies. The sparsity of such societies makes distinguishing nation effects from true social democratic effects extremely difficult. Social democratic theory may be a theory about Scandinavia alone, and the Swedish example may not be relevant elsewhere. But even if the Swedish case is relevant elsewhere, we have ample reason to doubt that social democracy provides a durable solution to the problems of capitalism. Scandinavian social democracy has weakened considerably since about 1980. The rise of social democracy is often linked to the emergence of organized capitalism, a version of capitalism featuring mass production methods, oligopolist industries, stable relations between corporations and unions, and the management of demand by the state. However, organized capitalism has declined significantly since the mid-1970s due to post-industrial production methods requiring greater flexibility and increased international mobility of capital. Both political pundits and social scientific research suggest that the decline of organized capitalism has weakened social democracy, especially in its traditional Scandinavian strongholds. Yet the prospects for social democracy are not entirely bleak. In a world of sharply curtailed political expectations, Scandinavian social democracy, or at least Scandinavian social democracy at its apex, is widely considered the most desirable form of social organization with any realistic chance of being implemented. And 288. Social democracy is gaining strength in Southern Europe just as it weakens in the North. Judgment on this development must be postponed. Southern European social democracy has so far produced only a few of the results that made Scandinavian social democracy so appealing. Participatory economics. Not everyone whose work might fall within the analytical Marxist fold advocates market socialism, social democracy, or market economies of any sort. In 3 interrelated books, Michael Albert and Robin Hahnel propose participatory economics, a democratic form of socialism based upon egalitarian organization of work and highly decentralized economic planning. Albert and Hahnel are not usually regarded as analytical Marxists. In fact, they are usually considered closer to the anarchist tradition than to Marxism of any variety. Nevertheless, their reliance upon assumptions of rationality, use of neoclassical economic theory for radical purposes, and attention to class analysis justifies locating their important work within the realm of analytical Marxism. Participatory economics lies in the tradition of council communism and anarcho-syndicalism, but is more thoroughly elaborated than previous visions of this sort. The elaboration takes 2 forms. On the one hand, Albert and Hahnel present detailed hypothetical examples of socialist production units, carefully indicating how participatory economics might function in these particular cases. On the other hand, they use sophisticated mathematical models to demonstrate the desirability and feasibility of their proposed system. A good economic system, say Albert and Hahnel, should provide equity, participatory self-management, community solidarity, and variety of economic outcomes. Neither capitalism nor centralized planning nor market socialism provides all of these things. Hence socialists must find another system. Albert and Hahnel are particularly eager to refute socialist theorists like Alec Nove who claim there can be no third way between markets and centralized planning. Participatory economics assumes that all productive property is publicly owned, and income is distributed according to effort but definitely not on the basis of personal contribution. Applying the principle of payment for effort to the situation depicted in the film Amadeus, Albert and Hahnel conclude that Salieri, a hard-working but plodding composer, should receive more than Mozart, an irresponsible musical genius. Participatory economics rests upon three institutional pillars respectively determining how decisions are made, how work is organized, and how economic planning is accomplished. Economic decisions are made through a network of workplace and community councils, each run democratically and each exercising dominion over those matters mainly of concern to its participants. Local or enterprise councils are linked with community councils, which are linked with regional councils, and so forth, but broader councils do not have authority over more provincial ones. The relation between councils at different levels entails much discussion and negotiation, and reaching a decision for a broad constituency can be an extremely time-consuming process. One of Albert and Hahnel's most original ideas is the balanced job complex, an innovation designed to make work relations non-hierarchical. A balanced job complex is a collection of different tasks, some mental and some manual, some creative and some repetitious, some easy and some hard that together constitute a job description. Balanced job complexes are designed to be equivalent in prestige, power, and desirability not only within their own productive unit but between such units as well. This is why they are balanced. Albert and Hahnel carefully explain how equivalence within productive units is achieved but are rather vague about how job complexes located in different units can become equivalent. They argue strenuously, if not entirely convincingly, that balanced job complexes will not impair productive efficiency. 290. Decentralized economic planning happens through a series of iterations relying heavily upon the use of computer technology. An individual person's economic plan consists essentially of what she intends to produce and what she intends to consume over the course of a year. Normally the value of productive contribution should equal the value of consumption within an individual's plan. During the first stage of the planning process, each adult forms an individual economic plan using the price levels that prevailed in the previous year. Relevant information and user-friendly planning forms are furnished through an extensive computer network. These individual plans are evaluated and aggregated by the local council, which adds inputs for its own projects to the combined individual plans. These local council plans are then evaluated, aggregated, and supplemented at the next level of the council network. This process continues until a first approximation national plan is formed. The balance between supply and demand is determined for each product in the national economy, and proposed price levels are calculated accordingly. The planning process begins again using these new price levels. The iterative process continues until the supply of each good matches the demand. Albert and Hahnel propose various institutional interventions to facilitate convergence of supply and demand within a reasonable number of iterations. The iteration process proposed by Albert and Hahnel is a modern socialist adaptation of the equilibrium-seeking process first described by Leon Walras in the middle of the 19th century. It is similar in spirit to the Lang-Lerner model of socialism developed in the 1930s and described earlier in this chapter. Granting certain assumptions, Albert and Hahnel prove that the iteration process converges toward a Pareto-optimal allocation of goods. The deviation between the formal model of participatory economics and how a real participatory economy would function is much smaller, they argue, than the corresponding gap between formal model and reality for either market economies or central planning. One has to admire the boldness and originality of Albert and Hahnel's participatory economics. They try to demonstrate the existence of an alternative to lukewarm reformism and discredited authoritarianism. They try to rally socialists and give them inspiring vision and renewed self-confidence. They try to change the terms of contemporary political dialogue now so heavily stacked against radical thought. But despite their audacity and admirable intentions, Albert and Hahnel's endeavor is only partially successful. the vision of participatory economics is not entirely compelling. Reservations mainly concern the feasibility of participatory economics, but even its desirability is not beyond question. Participatory economics, as conceived by Albert and Hahnel, places seemingly impossible demands on the time and knowledge of almost everyone. Both as workers and as community members, persons are caught up in an endless round of meetings and computer sessions. How meaningful are the multiple decisions people are required to make? How valid is the information on which the decentralized planning process proceeds? Will the net result be more democracy or pervasive frustration at the intrusion of politics and participation into every nook of social life? Their acute fear of authority in any form causes Albert and Hahnel to undervalue time, to compromise efficiency, and to neglect the legitimate claims of private life. The model of production advocated by Albert and Hahnel rests upon balanced job complexes, but this concept is not unproblematic. With balanced job complexes, introduction of new technology, the Achilles heel of market socialism, could be difficult because many people must approve the change and learn the technology. Balanced job complexes, in the language of computer science, are not a modular design. The intense interdependency resulting from this cross-cutting organization of labor may reduce control over one's own work. Any significant change in a balanced job complex ramifies through the entire organization and could significantly disrupt production. By the same token, labor mobility creates serious problems. Replacement workers must have multiple skills and, in the limiting case, departure of a single person could abruptly stop even a large enterprise. The mathematical theorems about the welfare properties of participatory economics are less persuasive than Albert and Hahnel hope. The theorems assume what needs to be proved: that individuals can act quickly and rationally in the required decision-making roles. Ironically and inadvertently, participatory economics may invite authoritarianism of a certain sort. The potential for authoritarianism derives from the homogeneity of the anti-authoritarian vision. Can we establish and maintain a detailed and substantially uniform conception of economic relations without using coercive authority? If a person becomes frustrated with balanced job complexes, decentralized iterative planning, and numerous council meetings, and if she wants to start her own business, must some external authority prevent her from doing so? Conclusion. It is sometimes said that political defeat engenders deeper and more lasting social theory than does political victory. This may be an unfounded myth or merely a sop thrown to intellectuals on the losing side. Yet if there is some truth in this adage, then the years just ahead should yield profound Marxist theory, since most Marxists I have encountered recently feel rather defeated. Some of my non-radical friends think it strange that principled Marxists should feel defeated by the collapse of repressive unpopular communist regimes that they themselves had consistently opposed. Gerald Cohen, in the essay cited at the start of this chapter, offers this explanation of his own paradoxical feelings. Although I have long since sustained little hope that things in the Soviet Union might get substantially better, in a socialist sense, there is, in certain domains, a vast difference between nourishing little hope and giving up all hope. The small hope that I kept was, as it were, an immense thing, since so much was at stake. And now that residual hope has to be forsworn. So a feeling of loss is not surprising. And there is also another and perhaps less rational motif here, which I would do well to avow. It is true that I was heavily critical of the Soviet Union, but the angry little boy who pummels his father's chest will not be glad if the old man collapses. As long as the Soviet Union seemed safe, it felt safe for me to be anti-Soviet. Now that it begins, disobligingly, to crumble, I feel impotently protective toward it. I do not know how many analytical Marxists share Cohen's feelings, but he is surely not alone. Nor are such sentiments irrelevant to the kinds of problems currently studied by analytical Marxists. Issues pertaining to the nature of socialism are at or near the top of their research agenda. Some fascinating and even brilliant results have been obtained, but as the contents of this chapter amply demonstrate, no theoretical consensus about the meaning or feasibility of socialism has emerged among the analytical Marxists. What has emerged is a set of questions likely to guide future analytical Marxist research pertaining to socialism. These questions include the following. 1. What is the role of markets in a feasible socialism? Can markets exist without alienation, inequality, and the emergence of capitalism? 2. What is the role of economic planning in a socialist society? Is decentralized planning possible? Is centralized planning inherently inefficient and/or authoritarian? What is the relationship between economic planning and political democracy? 3. Is worker control desirable? Is it consistent with economic rationality? Does worker control undermine equality and growth? Can meaningful worker participation in enterprise management be sustained over time? 4. How much social and economic equality is feasible? How much is desirable? Will a feasible socialism be more egalitarian than capitalism? Is there an unavoidable trade-off between equality and efficiency? 5. How can a socialist society cope with race and gender inequality? Is socialism more effective than capitalism in coping with such problems? Does elimination of racism and sexism require a strong state? 6. Is a democratic socialist society inherently developmentalist? Can it be ecologically rational? Is socialism any better than capitalism in caring for the environment? 7. Are neoclassical models of general equilibrium or neo-Keynesian models of effective demand of any use in designing or managing a socialist society? Is classical Marxist theory of any relevance to modern socialism? Most of these questions far transcend the boundaries of analytical Marxism and are of deep concern to intellectuals of many. 294. Different theoretical identities. In the years ahead we can expect to get a stream of sharply divergent answers. But within this torrent of contestation, analytical Marxism has a distinctive contribution to make. Only analytical Marxists propose a class analysis of socialist society premised upon assumptions of individual rationality. Only analytical Marxists identify structural sources of exploitation within all forms of socialism without growing complacent toward the continued existence of global capitalism. Only analytical Marxists build new models of socialism using both the libertarian critique of collectivism and systematic consideration of the experience of communist societies. 10. Summary, critique. Future directions. Analytical Marxism and modern social science. Classical Marxism did not try to be part of mainstream social science, which was conceived as an intellectual product of the bourgeoisie. Instead, classical Marxists sought to abolish bourgeois social science and to reconstitute the science of society entirely anew. Modern analytical Marxists display less hubris than their classical predecessors and view mainstream social science in less starkly class terms. They want to be part of the mainstream so they can have an impact upon it. They believe that Marxist theory, properly formulated, can exert a beneficial influence within many domains of mainstream scholarship. They explicitly deny that analytical Marxism or any other type of Marxism could or should engulf the whole of social science. More controversially, analytical Marxists embrace the methodological standards of modern social science. They accept the usual logical conventions on how scientific theory should be expressed and elaborated. They also accept the customary rules about gathering scientific evidence and evaluating hypotheses. Some observers interpret this wholesale acceptance of conventional social scientific norms as a yearning for academic respectability. Although analytical Marxists may have such feelings, there are less pejorative reasons for embracing modern social scientific methodology. The relatively tolerant relationship between analytical Marxism and mainstream social science reflects neither acceptance of capitalism nor rejection of the emancipatory project of classical Marxism. However, it does indicate awareness that capitalism is more durable and emancipation less straightforward or immediate than Marxists of an earlier generation believed. Increased humility toward the conventional norms of science coincides with diminished piety toward Marxist theory itself. Its objectives may be admirable, its practitioners courageous, and its enemies despicable, but Marxist theory plays in the same ballpark as, and must compete with, other social theories. Marxist theory and its competitors share certain concepts, often try to explain the same facts, and have influenced each other willy-nilly for many decades. If the practice of social science is indeed a common cultural heritage, and if Marxist theory routinely competes with non-Marxist rivals, then why should it be subject to different intellectual standards? Classical Marxism paid a high price for its overweening ambition and splendid isolation. Any collective intellectual endeavor, including science, develops in a context of dialogue and interaction. Separated from these social processes and insulated from serious challenge, a scientific doctrine suffers stagnation, loss of intellectual vitality, and decreasing appeal for creative minds. The stagnation of classical Marxism has several sources over and above grandiosity and intellectual isolation, but grandiosity and isolation, beside being liabilities in their own right, increased its vulnerability to the other impediments. By placing themselves squarely within the domain of modern social science and by accepting the conventional norms of scientific practice, analytical Marxists hope to minimize tendencies toward conceptual sclerosis and to preserve intellectual vitality. The achievements of analytical Marxism. As of this writing, the most distinctive contributions of analytical Marxism lie in three related fields: the theory of history, the theory of exploitation, and class analysis. In each of these fields, its principal contributions have been clarifying the found. Summary. Dashins of Marxist analysis, establishing which lines of reasoning are plausible and which are not, and casting Marxist theories in an axiomatic form. By building a bridge to mainstream social science, the analytical Marxists have promoted empirical work within contemporary Marxism and encouraged systematic testing of Marxist hypotheses. Analytical Marxists usually defend the viability of a theory of history. That is, they defend the idea that history, taken as a whole, is a suitable object for scientific investigation and not a sequence of disjointed episodes with no internal logic. They also defend the idea that human history has a certain direction defined by the development of productive forces. The existence of a general historical direction does not presuppose a historical teleology, a fixed progression of stages, a terminal point toward which history is heading, or even the primacy of productive forces. On the contrary, the direction of history can be derived from general properties of human nature and social organization. The theory of historical materialism, a pillar of classical Marxism, has been refurbished and revitalized largely through the efforts of analytical Marxists. Restoration has not meant carte blanche support for the tenets of historical materialism. The crucial steps have entailed establishing the scientific legitimacy of theorizing about history, clarifying the specific meaning and implications of historical materialism, and pinpointing deep changes required to make the theory credible and coherent. As I have indicated, the revitalized theory of historical materialism faces a new challenge to which analytical Marxists must respond. The appeal of the theory rested largely on the conviction that capitalism was approaching the end of its historical tether and would soon be replaced by socialism. Historical materialism gave a general theoretical explanation of why this might be so and placed the transition away from capitalism in a broad historical context. Today it is not at all evident that capitalism has reached the end of its tether, either globally or within specific countries. How irrelevant will historical materialism seem, even the refurbished and revitalized historical materialism of the analytical Marxists, if the demise of capitalism is nothing more than a distant hypothetical possibility? The challenge posed by the continued vitality of capitalism, it could be argued, is political and ideological rather than scientific. Analytical Marxist theories of history do not indicate how or when the capitalist economic system will end, nor whether this will happen within our own lifetime. If we hope to explain fundamental economic transformations through the fettering of forces by relations of production, this defense of historical materialism is much too facile. Under the aegis of capitalism, productive forces have experienced long and prodigious development, and the productive expansion shows no signs of abating. Yet despite 5 centuries of unparalleled productive expansion, despite wars, strikes, revolutions, revolutionary ideologies, revolutionary technologies, booms, busts, and vanguard parties, despite sound and fury and sociological earthquakes, capitalism remains firmly entrenched everywhere. Should a scientific observer remain unmoved? Is this not sufficient cause to doubt the fundamental dynamic of change postulated by analytical Marxist theories of history? Consider the theory of exploitation. Analytical Marxism can claim credit for rescuing exploitation theory from both the armories of ideological warriors and the fallacies of the labor theory of value. Exploitation is not the figment of a Marxist imagination but occurs, in one form or another, whenever productive assets are unequally distributed. It is not caused by the labor process, as many Marxists had previously thought, but results from the structure of property relations. Very weak assumptions about property relations suffice to prove the existence of exploitation. Even more impressive is the linkage analytical Marxists have established between the phenomena of class and exploitation. John Roemer's class exploitation correspondence principle is one of the great theoretical achievements of modern social science. By taking what was previously an unproved axiom and deriving it as a theorem, Roemer gives us a marvelous example of what rigorous theoretical analysis can accomplish. Eric Wright's use of exploitation concepts to construct a general framework for conducting empirical studies of class structure deepens the linkage between class and exploitation by locating it within observable social reality. Yet just when the theoretical and empirical credibility of exploitation seem more firmly established than ever, its social relevance is challenged. Exploitation does exist but may not be very important. The detractors say it is neither a fundamental moral category nor a sensible basis for criticizing society. These are serious critiques requiring serious consideration. Emerging as they do from the founders of analytical Marxism, the critiques seem like snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Whatever the fate of this controversy, analytical Marxism has successfully resurrected exploitation much as it did historical materialism, as a credible and enticing object of scientific inquiry. The contribution of analytical Marxism to class analysis is both theoretical and empirical. I have already mentioned the tighter theoretical integration between the concepts of class and exploitation. Another theoretical contribution is conceptualizing the complex linkages between class structure, class formation, class consciousness, and class struggle. Recognizing the impossibility of studying the modern capitalist middle class using the categories of classical Marxism, Eric Wright and his collaborators developed a sophisticated typology of class locations that has proved effective for investigating the class relations of contemporary capitalism. Analytical Marxism has inspired a wave of Marxist empirical research on class. It has done so partly by legitimizing the use of formerly suspect empirical methodologies, such as survey research and multivariate statistical analysis, and partly by broadening the range of empirical questions Marxists want to ask. This broadening happens because the theories formulated by analytical Marxists leave many more questions contingent. Moreover, the conceptual exploration advocated by analytical Marxism punctures grandiose theoretical claims, expresses propositions in a lean or minimalist fashion, and increases the perceived complexity of the social world. Each of these developments enriches the realm of contingency. Analytical Marxist models are often consistent with several possible states of reality, precisely which state holds requires empirical determination. The mainstream methodology appropriated by analytical Marxism for empirical research on class relations works better for studying social statics than social dynamics. Consequently, analytical Marxist research on class has focused largely on issues of class structure rather than class struggle. Is the methodological tail wagging the analytical Marxist dog? Does the quantitative methodology of mainstream social science constitute a statics trap that will inconspicuously divert the attention of analytical Marxists away from class dynamics? Any such conclusion would be premature, but recognizing the temptation and acting to forestall it is entirely appropriate. Critiques of analytical Marxism. Analytical Marxism has received surprisingly many critiques, which may be backhanded testimony to its intellectual significance. Most of the critiques are written by other Marxists, but some, such as David Gordon's libertarian critique of analytical Marxism, come from outside the Marxist tradition. As the reader is well aware, analytical Marxism is not a unified or even an internally consistent body of thought. Gerald Cohen defends functional explanation, whereas John Elster vehemently attacks it. John Romer advocates methodological individualism, but Eric Wright thinks it would hobble social scientific explanation. Cohen, Romer, and Wright believe there is a general tendency for productive forces to develop over time, but Robert Brenner denies the existence of general historical laws and claims that development tendencies emerge from the specific class relations within a particular society. In view of this diversity, it is hardly surprising that critics usually address some but not all of the analytical Marxists. Among the Marxist critics, John Romer is the analytical Marxist most frequently targeted for criticism. Romer's work is not more vulnerable than others, but its deductive prowess, jarring inconsistency with classical Marxism, and bold prose seem to incite critics. A good example of the criticisms leveled against analytical Marxism by other Marxists are the comments made by Jutta Welds in her paper Marxism and Methodological Individualism. The empiricist assumptions of rational choice Marxism violate the hardcore of the Marxist research tradition in at least three important ways. 1. Most generally, its atomistic ontology directly contradicts the relational ontology of Marxist theory. 2. The empiricist conception of science undermines the Marxist conception of social science as critique. And 3. More specifically, rational choice and game theory mark a retreat from the social and relational philosophical anthropology of Marx. Back to the liberal individualist tradition initiated by Hobbes. Welds elaborates the consequences of these violations of Marxist research tradition for the development of Marxist theory and political practice. The adoption of a competing ontological stance results not in the reinvigoration of Marxist theory, but in its replacement with a competing research tradition. Rational choice Marxism thus cannot, as its practitioners would wish, be the means by which what is true and important in Marxism be more firmly established. An individualist framework, by denying reality to social structures and relations and taking certain social institutions as natural, relegates social change to piecemeal engineering or incrementalism because it pre-structures both the nature of the questions that can be asked about change and the answers that are possible. It is impossible to discuss all the serious criticisms that have been leveled against analytical Marxism. I shall concentrate upon criticisms made by other Marxists because they seem most penetrating and because they include the more important non-Marxist criticisms. In the rest of this section I discuss 6 fundamental criticisms of analytical Marxism: atomism, economic determinism, disregard of history, static analysis, tautology, and political conservatism. I state these criticisms as clearly and persuasively as I can. In the following section I give an analytical Marxist rejoinder to each of these critiques. Atomism. The atomist critique is directed mainly against those analytical Marxists who practice methodological individualism, but it also pertains, if only to a lesser extent, to the entire micro-foundations. 302. Strategy. Analytical Marxism is said to practice atomism because it conceptualizes isolated individuals as the basic units of society. Social structures, be they families, production units, religious institutions, or states, are treated as combinations of individuals that exist only because they serve individual purposes. If an existing institution no longer satisfies individual intentions or, more exactly, is no longer an equilibrium of intentional action by individuals, then the institution will soon fade away or collapse. The isolated individual is an abstract fiction that has neither historical reality nor conceptual justification. In many cultures humans do not even consider themselves as individuals separate from the rest of society. Even when they do, the intentions people have, the modes of feasible action, and the thought processes by which actions are evaluated depend almost entirely on the social context. The idea of a separate rationally calculating individual is a product of capitalist culture. Using this concept to interpret all human history is tantamount to making all history the unfolding of capitalist relations, or at least an extended preparation for capitalism. By the same token, taking the rationally calculating individual as the building block of society or the fundamental unit of social analysis covertly sabotages the capacity to conceive a desirable alternative to capitalism. All such conceptions are erected upon an image of human nature honed for consistency with capitalist social relations. The theoretical primacy of the atomistic individual denies independent causal efficacy to social structures and social processes. Structures and processes are conceptualized as epiphenomena of individual action. This radically restricts the range of possible explanations for social phenomena and constitutes an unjustified a priori constraint upon the development of the social sciences. The causality exerted by social structures and social processes is less intuitively accessible than the causal force of individual intention. Hence, prohibitions against theorizing such causality can be particularly difficult to throw off and can severely handicap scientific understanding of social relations. Economic determinism. Most analytical Marxists think that the development of productive forces is key to explaining the main contours of human history. When put into practice, this belief amounts to economic or technological determinism. It completely overwhelms class struggle in analytical Marxist explanations of social evolution. Analytical Marxists recognize the limitations of unilinear concepts of historical development, but their commitment to economic determinism prevents formulation of a truly multilinear or nonlinear alternative. Their interpretations of history are thus unidirectional, abstract, and dependent upon an implausible universal rationality. When dealing with almost any subject, be it class, exploitation, or the state, analytical Marxists frequently privilege economic considerations and treat human beings as narrow economic maximizers. Such economic determinism dovetails nicely with their emphasis on individual rationality and their fondness for abstract mathematical models. It sometimes seems dictated by methodological convenience rather than defensible beliefs about the mainsprings of social action. Without a reified interpretation of economic relations and with a more realistic interaction between economic base and social superstructure, it would be extremely difficult to take a rigorous deductive approach to theory development and prove elegant theorems after the fashion of John Roemer. Economic determinism flies in the face of empirical evidence. Neither narrative history nor empirical research in the social sciences indicates that economic variables explain more than a small part of the things of interest to Marxists. In fact, economic determinism is one of the main reasons why neoclassical economy CS_W Hitch exerts a strong influence on analytical Marxism is so thoroughly irrelevant to the real economic life of society. Disregard of history. Although analytical Marxism is concerned with theories of history, its adherents show little inclination to study historical events and sometimes ride roughshod over historical evidence. The passion for generalizing characteristic of analytical Marxism results in theories of little use to practicing historians because the concepts are excessively abstract and time scale is excessively long. Analytical Marxists often show little interest in whether their models are consistent with historical research or empirical evidence of any kind. Real science is an empirical enterprise. Analytical Marxism, despite its genuflections to scientific methodology, has a strongly a priori flavor. Its most impressive achievements are deductive explorations of models not derived from, not tested by, and perhaps not amenable to testing by empirical research. Analytical Marxism implicitly rejects historical particularism. The entire enterprise rests on the assumption that universally valid principles of social relations exist and can be discovered. This is, to say the least, a questionable assumption, yet it receives almost no justification in the literature of analytical Marxism. If historical universalism is false or methodologically impractical, then the entire approach falls on its face. Static analysis. Analytical Marxism has difficulty analyzing change. This difficulty is apparent in both the functional explanations favored by Cohen and the general equilibrium models of Roemer. Cohen finesses the issue of change by treating it from a standpoint of Olympian remove. Change is bound to occur because the development of productive forces eventually brings them into conflict with productive relations. Questions of timing, agency, and mobilization. The really interesting questions about revolutionary change somehow slip through the cracks in Cohen's functional rendition of historical materialism. Romer is completely forthright about the problems of using the equilibrium method. Like many economists of my generation, I am strongly influenced by the power of the equilibrium method, of examining a model when it is at rest, in the sense that all the rules that describe how its parts work are simultaneously fulfilled. What is disturbing about the equilibrium method is that it pictures the typical position of the system as a position the system rarely or never enjoys. There seems to be a deep contradiction between using models whose main analytical trick is to postulate a position that is precisely at variance with the most interesting and important aspect of capitalist economy as described by Marxian theory, its incessant, contradictory motion. There is, therefore, the danger that the equilibrium method will prevent one from seeing the most important aspects of the Marxian theory of capital. Knowing no other method, I use the equilibrium method, with the vague thought that, when rereading these pages in 20 years, its obsolescence as a modeling tool for Marxian theory may be clear. Having written this eloquent warning, however, Romer proceeds to ignore the deep contradiction in his own methodology. How many readers remember that the class exploitation correspondence principle is not true of capitalism, not even a very simple form of capitalism, but only of a model depicting the system in a position it rarely or never enjoys? What can be learned from such a model? Why is the mathematical elegance achieved by the equilibrium method worth the disregard of reality that it requires? By examining a system at rest, the equilibrium method leads Marxists in entirely the wrong direction. It is not a sensible way of abstracting because it negates the most essential feature of the system being studied, its incessant motion. Simplification is inevitable and can be highly informative. But surely a Marxist simplification should preserve the dynamic aspects of the system being studied. If such models are technically intractable at the current time, then Marxists should try to discover new techniques. If new techniques are not forthcoming, then we should dispense with the elegance of equilibrium modeling rather than ignoring the essence of reality. Tautology. Several critics, but especially Ellen Wood, claim that analytical Marxism is often tautological in the sense of assuming what needs to be proved. The rigorously deductive theorizing in which analytical Marxists take pride is only possible because the conclusions lie implicit within the assumptions. The essential circularity is apparent in the treatment of relations between individual motivations and social structures. Analytical Marxists like Elster, Romer, and Przeworski try to explain social structures as consequences of individual motivations. These motivations were created by the structures to be explained even though they now function as assumptions within the formal theory. The schematic simplicity of deductive theorizing as practiced by analytical Marxists is deceptive. The seemingly simple assumptions require a whole set of unmentioned social relations. 306. To exist in the real world. For example, the existence of differential ownership of productive assets assumed in Romer's models of class and exploitation requires elaborate economic and political infrastructure. Although this infrastructure remains in the background, its presence makes possible the differential ownership to which Romer attributes the phenomena of class and exploitation. Another example of assuming what needs to be proved is the historical evolution of exploitation as presented by analytical Marxists. Never are new forms of exploitation born, they have always been present on the margins. The only creative feature of the historical process is the disappearance of old exploitations. An analogous problem occurs when explaining the emergence of capitalism from feudalism. Analytical Marxism does not explain the creation of capitalism, it simply assumes that capitalist relations existed within feudalism and even earlier. A satisfactory account of historical dynamics must explain the transformation of a society using only elements present within it and without presupposing future social relations. Analytical Marxism consistently violates this requirement. It resorts to a deus ex machina from outside history, autonomous development of productive forces to explain transformations of human society. One consequence of this theory is homogenizing history, which prevents analytical Marxists from grasping the specificity of each mode of production. Political conservatism. Although analytical Marxists differ in their individual political convictions, analytical Marxism generally gives a sanitized interpretation of capitalism, excluding the exercise of force and compulsion. This benign vision of capitalism emerges from the emphasis on property relations rather than production relations, and because analytical Marxists insist on viewing the victims of necessity as optimizing decision makers. The image of opulent capitalism underlying analytical Marxist theories derives from Northern European societies rather than Africa or Latin America. All this seriously weakens the moral case against capitalism. To be sure, analytical Marxists do develop a moral critique of capitalism, but this critique lacks moral passion. Moreover, its separation from both the positive explanation of capitalist accumulation and practical struggles for socialism renders the moral critique politically harmless. The narrow abstract concept of capitalism favored by analytical Marxists and the tendency to homogenize different modes of production encourage reconciliation with capitalism rather than struggle against it. Assumptions about the irreducible individualism of the human species combined with abstract conundrums of rational action create a defeatist attitude toward all projects of radical change. Defending analytical Marxism. I now try to defend analytical Marxism against the criticisms made above. Defending analytical Marxism, I should emphasize, does not mean dismissing all the criticisms. Many of these are well taken and some are very telling. Defense means helping the reader see the issues from an analytic Marxist point of view. A few of the criticisms can be dismissed, but more often I just try to soften the critical assault and indicate why it may not be fatal to analytical Marxism. Atomism. I can think of no analytical Marxist who conceives people as isolated individuals or believes social institutions are formed through a compact between formerly atomized human beings. The search for micro-foundations rests on the simple observation that most human action has a purpose and that theories requiring individual action without plausible individual purposes are at least incomplete. In no society, not even the most thoroughly capitalist one, is all human action the result of rational calculation. Many actions are best understood as obedience to social norms involving little choice or calculation. It is also true, however, that rational calculation long antedates capitalism and is an important process in every human society. Metal coins have existed for at least 2,500 years, and surely the use of money indicates that rational calculation is a vital element in the life of society. Analytical Marxists do not assume everyone acts rationally on all occasions. Yet usable models of society must be highly simplified. The question is only which simplifications to make. Analytical Marxists choose to explore models that assume that productive assets are unequally distributed and that people use their assets rationally. This simplification has not been a theoretical disaster. On the contrary, it has enabled analytical Marxists to obtain extremely sharp theoretical results that often, though of course not always, agree with conclusions reached by other methods. Nor do analytical Marxists wish to deny the causal import of family, religion, class, state, or other supra-individual social structures. But no matter how causally efficacious these structures may be, their continued existence depends entirely upon the actions of individual people. Why is such action forthcoming? How does institutional structure relate to the purposes of the individuals whose actions maintain that structure? To what extent do the structures lie implicit within the constellation of individual purposes and capacities? These questions fascinate analytical Marxists. As an example, consider the relationship between the individual and class. Rather than blandly assuming the existence of a particular class structure, analytical Marxists would like to derive that structure as a logical consequence of elementary relations between individuals. One possibility would be to derive the class structure from the distribution of productive resources among individuals and the nature of permissible economic interactions between producers. Along these lines, John Romer has established a necessary connection between a person's wealth and her class position. This is an impressive result, but it only partially explicates the relationship between individual and class. The questions of where the distribution of productive resources came from and why only certain forms of economic interaction are permissible remain unanswered. Economic determinism. Analytical Marxists, I emphasize again, take divergent views about the interplay between forces and relations of production, and about the importance of economic considerations in explaining social action. However, the preponderant tendency is to make development of productive forces critical for understanding the broad sweep of human history. This idea has excellent credentials within classical Marxism and is supported by empirical research in archaeology and economic history. Such a position does not constitute economic or technological determinism. The primacy of productive forces is asserted only for the broadest stretch of human history and, even here, is not deemed the only causal process operative. When considering history on a scale of decades or even centuries, the primacy of productive forces is not claimed. On these lesser time scales, class struggle, power aggrandizement, demographic processes, nationalism, ideology, personality, or even sheer chance may have causal primacy. Analytical Marxists often do emphasize economic motivations when building models of society. The less important reason for this emphasis is that economic concerns are, by common consent, significant causes of much social action. The more important reason derives from the analytical Marxist approach to developing scientific social theory. The object is to find basic principles of social action. The difficulty is that even when operative, these principles are thoroughly obscured by the enormous complexity of social life. Analytical Marxists proceed by identifying a candidate principle and incorporating it within a well-formulated model. A suitable model must be sufficiently realistic to provide insights about the thing being studied but sufficiently simple to generate clear and sharp results. The simplicity requirement encourages conceptualizing people as economic maximizers, even though this rarely describes how people act. This methodology of theory development does not require the use of economic motivations or maximizing behavior. If alternative assumptions comparable in plausibility, simplicity, and deductive leverage can be found, then analytical Marxists are quite prepared to use them. They are certainly not wedded to the image of persons, even persons in capitalist society, as single-minded economic maximizers. I anticipate many such innovations in the further evolution of analytical Marxism. 310. The search for sharp and clear results and the use of mathematical methods to obtain them is not a personal conceit of analytical Marxists or a capitulation to academic fashion. The point is to understand the logical consequences of basic principles. Unless the consequences are linked to the principles in the strongest possible way, they will have little credibility within a diverse and skeptical intellectual community. Unless the consequences are clear and sharp, they will not give much insight into reality being studied. Disregard of history. Many analytical Marxists think building a theory of history is a feasible and important project. But even a highly satisfactory theory of history would not allow predicting the future with any degree of accuracy or even specifying a reliable sequence of historical stages. Prediction and explanation are not the same. Rather than promulgating grandiose historical predictions, it is more sensible to seek general principles usable for explaining historical processes. A general principle is not necessarily a timeless principle or one relevant to all historical situations. A general principle is general only in the sense of being valid for all situations within some clearly specified domain. Analytical Marxists are committed to finding such principles, but they do not require propositions valid always and everywhere. The neglect of history for which some critics fault analytical Marxism results more from its newness and limited number of practitioners than from disinterest in particular historical events or devotion to a priori interpretations of history. Many analytical Marxists do not think they can presently make useful contributions to explaining particular historical events. That would require having general principles applicable to such events. Such principles are rarely available and even more rarely securely established. Thus the main thrust of analytical Marxism in its first 15 years has been to formulate and explore such principles. If and when they are firmly established, we can anticipate a surge of interest in explaining particular historical events. Within all the social sciences there is some disjuncture between theory building and empirical research. Although frequently denounced, this disjuncture is hard to overcome, probably because the fit between theory and empirical data is not tight in any social science. The hiatus between theory and research is as evident in analytical Marxism as elsewhere, but surely not more so. So far, analytical Marxism has concentrated on building theory rather than doing research. Nevertheless, important analytical Marxists like Eric Wright and Adam Przeworski have worked hard to link the two endeavors, producing some very impressive empirical results. Nothing about analytical Marxism discourages empirical research, and if the approach persists, much more empirical activity can be expected in the years ahead. Static analysis. Analytical Marxism has difficulty analyzing change because everyone has difficulty analyzing change in more than a rhetorical manner. All social theory is part of the intellectual culture of its times and is constrained by the limits of that culture. If a methodologically sound way of analyzing social change existed, then analytical Marxists would certainly use it. No such technique currently exists, and analytical Marxists energetically probe the limits of existing methodology in hopes of finding a defensible way of modeling change. Given this reality, what is a sensible way of proceeding? Would it be wise to ignore functional explanation and the equilibrium method because they theorize change awkwardly or not at all? Can nothing of value to Marxism be learned by these methods or by statistical techniques such as structural equation modeling? Analytical Marxists reject this idea. Existing methodologies have their limitations, which should never be ignored, but rejecting them out of hand is an arrogant dogmatism Marxists can ill afford. Indeed, the achievements of analytical Marxism prove that Marxists can learn a great deal from these methods. Nevertheless, the search for more suitable ways of studying change must continue undiminished. Such methods, when they are found, will probably require modification of results previously obtained by analytical Marxism. But they will surely not rehabilitate those tenets of classical Marxism rejected by the analytical Marxists. They will surely not rehabilitate the labor theory of value, the falling rate of 312. Profit, the theory of capitalist breakdown, or the idea that capitalist exploitation requires wage labor. The injunction to dispense with the elegance of equilibrium modeling rather than ignore the essence of reality is misleading because the prime purpose of the equilibrium modeling is to gain insight about that essence. To be sure, reality does entail deep and abiding change, but knowing this does not tell us how social dynamics work. To reach first base in theorizing social dynamics, we must understand how elements of a dynamic system interact. These interactions are what the equilibrium method, as used by analytical Marxists, tries to study. It is clearly a flawed method for studying the structure of interaction, but it is far better than no method at all. Tautology. All deductive reasoning has an element of tautology in that the conclusions lie implicit within the premises. This does not prevent deductive reasoning from being highly informative, because the conclusions are usually not obvious from the premises. A clever deductive argument is a thing of beauty and a source of delight precisely because it reveals entirely unsuspected consequences of the premises. When first encountering Roemer's class exploitation correspondence principle, I was amazed, I doubted its truth, and I tried to construct a counterexample. Only after going through the proof several times was I persuaded that the principle followed from the assumptions about differential property and markets. Roemer, Przeworski, and Elster often surprise attentive readers by deriving unsuspected propositions from seemingly innocent assumptions. Yet titillating readers is not the main reason for the use of deductive reasoning by analytical Marxists. Deduction, it hardly needs saying, is fundamental to scientific explanation. An observation is scientifically explained if and only if it can be deduced from accepted scientific principles. Anything weaker than a deductive link between principle and observation is scientifically insufficient. Note, however, that deductive explanation does not require prediction. Critics point out that the assumptions used in the deductions of analytical Marxism are not generally accepted scientific principles but contentious assertions that themselves require demonstration. Differential ownership of property may imply exploitation, but the really interesting question is how and why the differential ownership came about. This is an important question, but its importance does not diminish the value of establishing a necessary connection between differential ownership and exploitation. Establishing this connection constitutes a giant leap toward explaining exploitation. Critics also point out that the assumptions made by analytical Marxists are hardly innocent, they contain a great deal more than meets the eye. As mentioned in the previous section, differential ownership can only occur in the context of an elaborate economic and political infrastructure. This may be so, but it does not weaken the deductive link between differential ownership and exploitation. The infrastructure is not logically necessary to explain the exploitation. And what accounts for the observed association between differential ownership and infrastructure? Is it possible that the infrastructure is itself a logical consequence of differential ownership? Even if no such logical connection exists, it is vital to recognize that a scientific principle need not explain everything to be useful and important. This is how principles function in every recognized science. A quite different issue is whether analytical Marxism can explain new things or must assume these things always existed. Consider the explanation of capitalism. Even if we assume that capitalist relations existed within feudalism and before, providing an explanation of why other relations of production fell by the wayside and capitalist relations became dominant constitutes major scientific progress. This way of explaining capitalism is analogous to accounting for the age of mammals within evolutionary biology. Apparently mammals existed for millions of years before they became the dominant species. How they first came into being is an interesting question, but explaining how mammals became dominant after an extended existence on the margins of the ecosystem is at least of equal importance. Analytical Marxists do not assume capitalist relations existed prior to capitalism merely because they cannot explain the creation of the former. On the contrary, there are strong theoretical and empirical reasons for asserting the existence of capitalist relations under feudalism and before. If this were not so, if 314. Capitalism and capitalist relations were born contemporaneously, then analytical Marxists would try to formulate a theory of how this happened. This theoretical enterprise might not be successful, but its failure would not result from the meta-theoretical commitments of analytical Marxism. Do analytical Marxists like Gerald Cohen explain the transformation of society by resorting to elements external to that society? Is the development of productive forces an autonomous process impinging on society from outside? Or is it rather an endogenous tendency constituted by the organization of society itself and by the consciousness of people therein? Cohen sometimes takes the former position, but most other analytical Marxists such as Carling and Wright clearly have the latter in mind. Why else would they acknowledge radical variations in the rate at which productive forces grow and even significant productive retrogressions? Part of the development of productive forces is a process of natural selection favoring more over less productive societies. If this constitutes a force outside of history, then perhaps natural selection in biology constitutes a force outside of nature. Political conservatism. Revolutionary ideology is on the defensive everywhere. The great revolutions of the 20th century have been enormously costly of human life and have spawned undemocratic, non-egalitarian, and inefficient societies. When given an opportunity to choose, the overwhelming majority of people in post-revolutionary societies reject the revolutionary legacy. The almost inescapable conclusion is that much better results could have been achieved by non-revolutionary methods. As might be expected, Analytical Marxists have reacted to the often dismal outcomes of 20th century revolution in different ways. Some have drifted away from political involvement, some have become social democrats, some have reaffirmed their commitment to socialism. None have joined in the celebration of capitalism. Analytical Marxists rarely emphasize force and violence in their depictions of capitalism, but their models hardly whitewash the capitalist system. Recall that the analytical Marxist approach tries to strip a subject to its bare essentials. Force and violence are not emphasized because the processes of accumulation and reproduction, in their mature capitalist forms, do not rely upon physical coercion. Analytical Marxists have, however, revealed the irreducible exploitation at the heart of capitalist society and the hollow choices available to people without property. The exclusion of force and violence does not weaken the moral case against capitalism but rather helps demonstrate that socialism is superior even to the least coercive capitalism. Analytical Marxists are quite capable of moral passion, and what their moral critique of capitalism lacks in fervor it more than gains in accuracy and insight. As an example of both insight and ardor, recall the output expansion bias of advanced capitalism described by Cohen. Capitalism inherently tends to promote just one of the options, output expansion, since the other, toil reduction, threatens a sacrifice of the profit associated with increased output and sales, and hence a loss of competitive strength. The boundless pursuit of consumption goods is a result of a productive process oriented to exchange values rather than consumption values. The economic form most able to relieve toil is least disposed to do so. As scarcity recedes, the same bias renders the system reactionary. It cannot realize the possibilities of liberation it creates. It excludes liberation by febrile product innovation, huge investments in sales and advertising, contrived obsolescence. It brings society to the threshold of abundance and locks the door. For the promise of abundance is not an endless flow of goods but a sufficiency produced with a minimum of unpleasant exertion. The dynamic of advanced capitalism is, arguably, hostile to the prospect of balanced human existence. In subsequent work, Cohen shows why the capitalist working class is collectively unfree even if workers, considered as individuals, are not strictly compelled to sell their labor power. Like everyone else who contemplates human affairs, analytical Marxists are subject to passionate feelings, yet they do not recognize passion as a desirable characteristic of moral critique. After all, passion can prevent careful reflection about alternatives and motivate imbalanced and impulsive judgments. Analytical Marxism bears no responsibility for the current weakness of social movements against capitalism, but when these movements do finally revive, they will find the moral critique of capitalism. 316. Developed by analytical Marxists judicious, penetrating, and politically useful. The political and moral crises experienced by post-revolutionary societies have been a major motivation for the development of analytical Marxism. Several prominent analytical Marxists have repeatedly reaffirmed their commitment to socialism. As is evident from the discussion in Chapter 9, they are currently reconstructing socialist theory to eliminate the wishful thinking and conceptual errors that egregiously misled the first serious efforts to build socialist societies. The persistence and ingenuity of these theoretical initiatives hardly suggest a defeatist attitude toward all projects of radical change. Future directions. Analytical Marxists believe that reliable knowledge about the dynamics of human history is possible. This belief distinguishes them from most contemporary social thinkers, Marxist or non-Marxist. It explains their continuing enthusiasm for logical rigor and scientific methodology in a period of profound skepticism about the value of scientific approaches to human affairs. Any strategy for gaining reliable knowledge about the dynamics of human history is bound to have serious flaws, and the critics of analytical Marxism have identified some non-trivial shortcomings. Practitioners of analytical Marxism recognize these shortcomings, but they also recognize and admire the results their strategy for gaining knowledge has made possible. Herein lies an essential difference between supporters and detractors of analytical Marxism, at least among people attracted to Marxist thought in the first place. Supporters cherish the achievements of the analytical Marxist strategy and endure the deficiencies to sustain these accomplishments. Detractors find the achievements less impressive and therefore are not inclined to tolerate the deficiencies. Divisions of this sort arise repeatedly in the intellectual, political, and intimate personal affairs of the human species. Marxist social theory of any form bears a special burden. It is deeply torn between the desire to understand and the desire to transform the world. Sometimes these desires reinforce each other, but sometimes they are at odds. Non-Marxist thinkers also experience this conflict, but perhaps not as intensely because Marxism attracts people who sense the world desperately requires changing. Marxist thought flourishes on the possibility of social change. If the next century is a time of sustained social stability, all forms of Marxism will probably seem irrelevant and wither away. If stability does not prevail, then Marxist ideas or recognizable successors will surely influence the social thought of our descendants. The fate of analytical Marxism is tied up with the fate of Marxist thought as a whole. If Marxism continues as a living intellectual tradition, then analytical Marxism or something similar will have a significant place within it. If the Marxist tradition peters out, then elements of analytical Marxism will be absorbed within whatever remains of social science, but the general approach described in this book will lose coherence and fade away. Most theorists automatically assume their approach has a future, and analytical Marxists are no exception. To sustain their current theoretical vitality, analytical Marxists must address at least some of the shortcomings identified by its critics. By way of conclusion, I briefly outline 6 challenges currently facing analytical Marxism. First and foremost, analytical Marxism must become a more dynamic way of understanding society. Functional explanation and the equilibrium method have their uses, but the raison d'etre of Marxist theory is explaining social change. Any version of Marxism unable to account for social dynamics cannot expect to flourish. Many social scientists, both Marxist and non-Marxist, have expressed an increased concern with social dynamics. Moreover, there are technical developments that can facilitate improved comprehension of social dynamics. Differential equations have long been the most important means of modeling dynamics in the physical sciences. Increased understanding of nonlinear differential equations and development of a qualitative theory of differential equations have helped create a general theory of dynamical systems, which has already had important applications in the biological sciences and may be useful in modeling dynamic processes of interest to Marxists. Coupled with this is the theory of chaos, elaborated over the last 2 decades, which provides insights about and techniques for analyzing complex forms of evolution like those observed in social systems. Differential game theory combining game theory and dynamical systems theory offers some promise as a means by which analytical Marxists can study dynamic interactions while maintaining their characteristic focus on logical rigor and rational choice. The challenge of becoming dynamic, however, is not mainly a technical problem. It requires more clarity about how society is changing and more substantive insight about why these changes happen. One of the strengths of classical Marxism was its ability to address particular historical situations, wars, revolutions, booms and busts, changes of government, and so forth. Analytical Marxists show little inclination to engage with these issues. Particular historical events seem outside the purview of pure science, and the abstract concepts created by analytical Marxism rarely clarify specific situations. Although reluctance to address political affairs is understandable and infinitely preferable to pontificating about everything under the sun, Olympian detachment from current history is unlikely to facilitate intellectual progress. On the contrary, detachment leads to excessive abstraction and the narcissistic scholasticism to which academic scholarship is so vulnerable. I do not say that analytical Marxism should abandon its general theoretical pursuits in favor of political commentary. The point is to create theories that illuminate specific historical events and to engage in discussions about present history, not least because interaction between abstract conception and concrete occurrence often provokes scientifically valuable ideas. A related issue is the conduct of empirical research. Although a few analytical Marxists engage actively in empirical research, the group as a whole leans heavily toward pure theory. The resulting imbalance between thought and observation is not conducive to sustained intellectual progress. Exclusive reliance upon empirical research conducted by others is not satisfactory. A coherent scientific school must design its own research projects adapted toward its own theoretical concepts. Among other things, endogenous empirical research establishes common points of reference that help unify a collection of intellectually volatile and disputatious theorists. Analytical Marxism needs many more research endeavors like Eric Wright's comparative project on class structure and class consciousness. Analytical Marxism may not practice economic determinism, but it has focused upon economic issues and relied extensively upon the explanatory power of economic motivations. This economic emphasis must recede. Even if productive forces have causal primacy and many analytical Marxists reject this proposition, they certainly do not constitute the whole of human society. The economic preoccupation of analytical Marxism restricts its appeal and sometimes obscures its differences from neoclassical economic theory. Analytical Marxism can make headway with problems of race, gender, politics, culture, and much more, but doing so requires cultivating a broader concept of social determination. Little has been written by analytical Marxists about the poor countries of the capitalist world, yet these countries contain most of humanity. An acceptable theory of capitalist development cannot focus exclusively upon advanced capitalism, it must also explain how exploitation and accumulation operate within peripheral capitalism. This poses a major theoretical challenge to analytical Marxists. To vindicate their approach and deflate charges of Eurocentrism, they must show how their ideas can be successfully applied to the social formations of underdeveloped capitalism. Marxist theory became important because many people thought capitalism was haunted by a specter and would soon be swept into the ashcan of history. This prognosis seems less compelling today than it did in the halcyon days of the 1848 revolutions. Perhaps it is not capitalism but the specter haunting it that has fallen into the ashcan of history. Ashcans and specters notwithstanding, the future of capitalism is anything but assured. No task has greater theoretical importance for Marxists than demonstrating that feasible alternatives to capitalism do exist. Analytical Marxists understand the stakes involved, and have already made impressive progress on this task. But the work on conceiving a feasible socialism is only beginning and must be sustained for many years to come. Both fortitude and imagination are of the essence. 320. If analytical Marxism can meet these 6 challenges, if it can become more dynamic, explain specific historical events, expand endogenous empirical research, transcend economic motivations, theorize peripheral capitalism, and model feasible socialism, it will remain an important part of social science for many years to come. Glossary. Accumulation: the use of economic surplus to increase the productive capacity of society. Advanced capitalism: a capitalist system that is at the monopoly capitalist stage of development or beyond. Analytical Marxism. A branch of Marxist thought emphasizing careful analytical reasoning, including axiomatic logic, mathematical models, and statistical inference. Analytical Marxists view Marxist social analysis as a branch of social science and think Marxist scholars should use any legitimate scientific method rather than seeking a uniquely Marxist methodology. They are critical of many classical Marxist concepts, including the labor theory of value and the falling rate of profit, and often use analytical philosophy, game theory, rational choice analysis, and or general equilibrium theory to elaborate Marxist ideas. The unity of analytical Marxism exists on a methodological plane and does not extend to matters of substantive theory or politics. Analytical philosophy: a school of philosophical thought claiming that the proper task of philosophy is not extending knowledge but removing conceptual confusion and misunderstanding. Such clarification is to be accomplished by methods like choosing simple and parsimonious premises, adopting appropriate terminology, and using logically precise reasoning. Base: the economic structure of society. The term base is often used in contrast to superstructure. Basic income proposal: a strategy for approaching communism suggested by van der Veen and van Parages. The basic income proposal is to make an unconditional income grant to each adult in capitalist society, and to gradually expand this grant until it provides most of the income a person needs. Blocking coalition: a concept from the theory of cooperative games, defined with respect to a proposed allocation of rewards within a cooperative game. A blocking coalition is a coalition that can prevent the implementation of the proposed allocation. Business cycle: the cycle of fluctuations in levels of capitalist economic activity. It moves from periods of depression to periods of boom and back. Capital exchange value: being used for the purpose of increasing exchange value. Different kinds of capital correspond to the different kinds of exchange value being used for purposes of self-expansion. Thus, merchant capital indicates commercial facilities being used to generate exchange value, and industrial capital means industrial capacity being used to earn a profit. Capitalism: a form of economic organization in which all forms of wealth tend to be converted into capital. A mature capitalist system is characterized by extensive wage labor and by a sharp distinction between people who own capital and people who perform wage labor. Capitalist class abdication theory: a theory of state autonomy in a capitalist society, asserting that the capitalist class has the capacity to control the state but finds it advantageous not to do so. Capitalist exploitation: the kind of exploitation that occurs in capitalist society. Analytical Marxists believe it happens due to the unequal distribution of capitalist property. More specifically, capitalist exploitation reflects the unequal distribution of alienable means of production like land, machines, and patents. Chicken. A simple game named after the suicidal teenage driving contest of the 1950s. The chicken game models a contest of wills spurred by the desire to dominate but ending in disaster if neither party submits. Civil society: the private or non-state realm of society, including the economy. The contrast between state and civil society is often emphasized. Class: a group of people who or a set of positions that all relate to the economic structure of society in the same way. Classes are defined in relation to each other rather than as gradations of some attribute like income. Classes are intrinsically antagonistic to each other because they have opposing interests. Analytic Marxists do not assume that relations of exploitation exist between different classes but derive this result through rigorous class analysis. Class analysis: systematic examination of the causes, transformations, and consequences of class structure. Class balance theory: a theory attributing state autonomy under capitalism to class equilibrium within civil society. Class consciousness: awareness by incumbents of class positions of the antagonistic relationship between their own class and others. Class exploitation correspondence principle. A mathematical theorem proved by Romer concerning the relationship between class and exploitation in capitalist economies. 324. The theorem says that people whose optimal economic strategy requires them to hire labor will be exploiters, and that people whose optimal strategy requires them to sell labor will be exploited. This important result converts the relationship between class and exploitation from an axiom of Marxist theory to a logical consequence of more elementary premises. Class formation: the extent to which organized collectivities established on the basis of the material interests defined by class structure exist. Class formation measures the corporate coherence of a class and its capacity to be an active participant in society. Classical Marxism: Marxist thought that adheres closely to the ideas of Marx and Engels. Class structure: a set of class positions that exist independently of the specific people who occupy them but that determine the class interests of the occupants. Class struggle: the process by which formed and conscious classes transform the class structure of society. Class weakness theory: a theory asserting that the state is autonomous in a capitalist society only if the capitalist class lacks sufficient strength to govern. Commodity: an object or service produced for the purpose of being exchanged rather than for the purpose of being used by the producer. Communism: an economic system characterized by complete abolition of social classes. Under communism, income is distributed according to need, no permanent division of labor exists, and all coercive aspects of the state are eliminated. Communism. A form of society that evolved from the Bolshevik Revolution, especially after Stalin's ascension to power. Communism features a dictatorial state run by a hierarchically organized political party. It entails a centrally administered economy that claims to be building socialism. Communist social policy does not accept any important distinction between the state and civil society. Comparative exploitation model. A model of exploitation proposed by Romer that measures exploitation by comparing the income distribution occurring under existing property relations with the distribution expected if a certain form of property were abolished. The comparative exploitation model is contrasted with the labor exploitation model. Cone technology. A model of production differing from a Leontief technology because it allows several different ways of making a good and several different outputs from a single production process. Contradictory class location. A concept developed by Wright indicating a class position simultaneously located in more than one class. Examples of contradictory class locations are managers, simultaneously located in the capitalist class and the working class, and small employers, simultaneously located in the capitalist class and the petty bourgeoisie. Convex game. A cooperative game defined by the idea that every coalition is more powerful than the sum of its parts. More exactly, every coalition in a convex game can get rewards greater than the sum of the rewards available to its subgroups acting independently. Cooperative game. A game permitting players to form coalitions within which they coordinate game-playing strategies. Non-cooperative games do not allow coalition formation. Core. A concept from the theory of cooperative games used extensively in mathematical economics. An allocation of rewards is said to be in the core of a cooperative game if no coalition of players can improve upon the rewards received by the members of the coalition. Credit market. A credit is a loan to be used for purchasing something. A credit market is a market for loans where lenders and borrowers interact to determine the amounts of loans and the conditions under which they will be made. Culpable person. A concept from the game theoretic analysis of exploitation. A person is culpable if she belongs to a minimal exploiting coalition. A culpable person is contrasted with a vulnerable person. Development thesis. A hypothesis in Cohen's interpretation of historical materialism stating that productive forces tend to develop throughout history. Dialectics. A complex and elusive concept designating both a process of reasoning about change and the dynamic forces underlying change. Marx adopted the concept of dialectics from Hegel, and the relation between the Marxist and Hegelian ideas about dialectics is a matter of much dispute. Various interpretations of Marxist dialectical reasoning exist, but none commands general agreement. Analytical Marxists tend to be skeptical about the validity of dialectical reasoning. Differential game. A game played continuously in time and involving attempts by two or more players to control a system of variables. The rules to which the variables are subject are expressed as differential equations. Lancaster's dynamic conflict between workers and owners of capital is an example of a differential game. Economic oppression. A form of subjugation distinct from exploitation. Economic oppression results from property inequality but does not require a continuing relationship between the rich oppressor and the poor oppressed. Hence rational self-interest does not moderate the actions of the oppressors towards the oppressed. Glossary 327. Economic structure. The distribution of effective ownership rights over producers and productive forces. The economic structure of society is often identified with its relations of production. Economic surplus. The amount by which the economic product of society exceeds the inputs required to create that product. Economic surplus might also be characterized as the difference between the value of the economic product and the cost of producing it. Emancipation. The removal of obstacles that prevent the full development of human capacity. Equal division. Core. The core of a socialist withdrawal game, so named because the only allocation it contains is an equal division of rewards. Equilibrium. A state of a real or theoretical system in which all the rules describing how the parts work are simultaneously fulfilled. When a system is in equilibrium, the variables characterizing its state show no tendency to change. Exchange value. A concept of classical Marxism indicating a social relationship between things and people. The exchange value of an object is its market value, the amount for which it can be exchanged. Exchange value is often contrasted with use value. Exploitation, an asymmetrical relationship in which one group of people gains advantages from the activities of another group while the second group is somehow harmed, weakened, or deprived by the relationship. Classical Marxism understood exploitation as the appropriation by one class of the surplus labor of another class. Analytical Marxism conceives exploitation as differential income resulting from differential ownership of productive assets. With this conception, different types of exploitation correspond to the different types of productive assets on which exploitation can be based. 328. Exploitation dependence, a condition sometimes said to be necessary for the occurrence of exploitation. The condition requires that exploiters suffer if the people they exploit disappear from the scene, taking the things they own with them. Exploited coalition, a coalition of people within an economic system for whom there is a feasible alternative system under which all members of the coalition are better off. People not in the exploited coalition are worse off under the alternative than under the existing system, and coalition members are currently dominated by people not in the coalition. Exploiting coalition, the complement of an exploited coalition. False consciousness, awareness by incumbents of class positions that denies the existence of class divisions or denies the antagonistic relationship between their own class and others. Fetishism, the tendency to invest something with powers it does not have on its own. Marxists often talk about commodity fetishism, which refers to the illusion that commodities autonomously have exchange value. Capital fetishism refers to the illusion that capital is intrinsically productive. Feudal exploitation, the kind of exploitation that occurs in a feudal society. Analytical Marxists believe feudal exploitation results from the unequal distribution of feudal property. More specifically, it happens because property rights over labor power are unequally distributed. For example, lords in a feudal society possess part of the labor power of their serfs, whereas the serfs do not even possess all of their personal labor power. Fiscal crisis, a capitalist economic crisis that happens when taxation takes so much capitalist profit that the incentive to accumulate collapses. Free rider problem, a theoretical problem about why individuals participate in risky actions intended to achieve a collective good. The rational strategy in such situations would seem to be free riding on the collective, obtaining the benefits of the collective action without enduring the risk of participating in it. Extensive free riding sabotages the possibility of collective action. Functional explanation, a method of social scientific explanation that tries to explain the existence of a social pattern through its effects on some other element of society. The legitimacy of functional explanation is hotly disputed among analytical Marxists. Functionalism, the doctrine that all elements of social life are interconnected and reinforce one another, and that each element exists because of its contribution to the whole. Functionalism as a general theory of society is different than functional explanation as a special way of explaining particular social patterns. Fundamental Marxian theorem. A mathematical theorem asserting that the profit rate in a capitalist economy cannot be positive unless exploitation exists and vice versa. This theorem is due to Morishima, Okishio, and Seaton. Game theory, a mathematical theory that studies the properties of rational interaction between agents, each of whom acts in her own interests. Game theory tries to determine what strategies rational agents should use and what the logical outcome of the interaction will be. Many types of games have been studied, including zero-sum and non-zero-sum games, cooperative and non-cooperative games, static and dynamic games, and games with complete and incomplete information. General equilibrium theory, an economic theory that derives an equilibrium price structure for an economy as a whole by analyzing the relations between economic agents who buy and sell goods and services to each other. General equilibrium theory should be contrasted with partial equilibrium theory, which seeks a price equilibrium only in one sector of the economy. Marxists have traditionally regarded general equilibrium theory to be inherently incompatible with Marxist economists. Some analytical Marxists, however, have used it as a means of improving and extending Marxist economic theory. Hegelian logic. a complex and obscure reasoning process involving the use of dialectics. Hegelian logic is intended as a way of thinking about change and as an alternative to static Aristotelian logic. It often entails a process through which a subject achieves self-consciousness. Historical materialism, the theory of history advocated by Marx and Engels. It seeks the ultimate cause of historical events in the economic development of society. Economic structures rise and fall as they support or retard the development of productive forces. Legal and political institutions are decisively shaped by the economic structure of society. Ideology, an organized set of beliefs, values, and symbols associated with a particular class location. An ideology distorts reality in ways that can be understood by considering the class location with which it is associated. Imperialism, a form of domination enabling one nation to extract wealth from another. Labor exploitation model, a model of exploitation proposed by Romer generalizing the idea that exploiters appropriate the surplus value of the people they exploit. According to this model, a person is exploited if she gives more labor to society than she receives in return. Conversely, she is an exploiter if she receives more labor from society than she. Glossary 331. Gives to it. The labor exploitation model is contrasted with the comparative exploitation model. Labor market, the interaction between buyers and sellers of labor power that determines the amounts, the kinds, and the prices of the labor power sold. Labor power, the capacity to labor, as distinct from the exercise of labor itself. Classical Marxists believed the distinction between labor and labor power to be very important because it explained the creation of surplus value. Analytical Marxists consider this distinction much less important. Labor theory of value, the hypothesis that commodities will exchange at equilibrium prices proportional to the quantities of labor socially necessary for their production. Analytical Marxists are very critical of the labor theory of value. Leontiev technology. A simple model of economic production named after the Nobel Prize-winning economist Wassily Leontiev. A Leontiev technology posits a linear relationship between production inputs and production outputs and no fixed capital. Liberated utility function, the utility function characterizing a person who dislikes working but values the products of human labor in proportion to the amount of labor embodied in them. Marginalist economic theory, a version of mainstream economic analysis that proceeds by considering the effects of adding or subtracting one unit from some economic variable. Marginalist economic theory is an important component of neoclassical economics and was the main object of Piero Sraffa's famous critique. Market socialism, a socialist economic system that makes substantial use of market processes for purposes like setting prices, establishing wage levels. 332. Deciding the composition of output, and determining investment levels. Materialism, the doctrine that whatever exists is or depends upon matter. It is necessary to distinguish philosophical materialism from historical materialism. Philosophical materialism claims that matter exists independent of thought. Historical materialism asserts the causal primacy of productive forces in the determination of social relations. Material properties, a term used by Cohen to indicate elements of the interaction with nature that confront humanity as given, the exogenous constraints to which society must adjust. Material properties are often contrasted with social properties. Methodological individualism, a principle concerning the nature of satisfactory explanation of social phenomena. According to methodological individualism, an acceptable explanation must derive a social phenomenon entirely from the properties of the individual people involved. This principle is controversial among both analytical Marxists and other social scientists. Microfoundations, a characteristic of some social scientific explanations. An explanation is said to have microfoundations if it gives a plausible account of why each individual person acts as she does. Some philosophers regard microfoundations as a necessary characteristic of satisfactory social scientific explanations. The microfoundation approach is similar to but not identical with methodological individualism. Functional explanations are often criticized because they lack microfoundations. Middle class: a set of class locations in capitalist society lying between the working class and the capitalist class. Right identifies two kinds of middle class locations: class locations that are neither exploiting or exploited belong to the old middle class, class locations that are exploiting on one dimension but exploited on another belong to the new middle class. Minimal exploited coalition: a concept used in the game theoretic analysis of exploitation. A minimal exploited coalition is an exploited coalition that is no longer exploited if it loses any single member. Minimal exploiting coalition: a concept used in the game theoretic analysis of exploitation. A minimal exploiting coalition is an exploiting coalition that is no longer exploiting if it loses any single member. Monopoly capitalism: a stage of capitalist development characterized by the existence of large corporations and the reduction of price competition in many lines of production. Typically, a small number of large corporations dominate production in important industries and are able to establish monopoly prices, that is, prices that maximize their profits. Nash equilibrium: the fundamental equilibrium concept used in game theory. A Nash equilibrium is a set of strategies for players in a game such that each player's strategy is an optimal response to the strategies of the other players. Every finite game has at least one Nash equilibrium. Neoclassical economics: the dominant school of modern economic thought. It emphasizes the optimal allocation of scarce economic resources to given wants and is often associated with marginalist economic analysis. Neoclassical economics can be contrasted with classical economics, which stress the sources of wealth and the distribution of income between the various classes of society. Nomenclatura capitalism: a disparaging name for the kind of capitalism emerging in former communist countries. Organizational exploitation: exploitation based upon unequal control of organizational assets. Organizational exploitation is Wright's reformulation of Romer status exploitation. Pareto optimal: a concept named after the Italian economist Vilfredo Pareto and referring to the welfare of a group of people. An outcome is Pareto optimal if no other possible outcome is unambiguously better for all members of the group. Participatory economics: a democratic form of socialism suggested by Albert and Hahnel. Participatory economics is based upon democratic organization of work and highly decentralized economic planning. Periodization: the division of history into distinct periods. Analytical Marxists periodize history in different ways. Petty bourgeoisie: a class location found in simple commodity production whose incumbents neither buy nor sell labor power and own the means of production they use. Small independent farmers are an example of the petty bourgeoisie. Post-liberal democracy: an interpretation of democracy proposed by Bowles and Gintis, stressing workplace democracy and community empowerment rather than expansion of the state. Primacy thesis: a hypothesis in Cohen's interpretation of historical materialism stating that the development of the productive forces explains the nature of the productive relations. Prisoner's dilemma: a simple game that poses a sharp dilemma between selfish and cooperative behavior. The prisoner's dilemma interaction has been studied extensively by game theorists. The story on which the interaction is based involves separate interrogation of two prisoners, each of whom is tempted to squeal on the other. Private ownership core: the core of the withdrawal game for the SE2 subsistence economy. Allocations of rewards contained in the private ownership core are such that no viable coalition must work more than is socially necessary. Productive force: an instrument, raw material, human capacity, or anything else that can be used for purposes of economic production. Productive relations: relations of power over productive forces and over people who control productive forces. Profit squeeze crisis: a capitalist economic crisis that occurs because workers consume so much of the economic product that capitalists have insufficient incentive to accumulate. Proletarianization: an increase in the relative number of working class positions within a capitalist society. Deproletarianization is just the reverse of proletarianization. Proletariat: a term used for the working class in a capitalist society or some fragment of this class. Most commonly, The proletariat is the set of class positions in a capitalist society owning no productive assets other than their own labor power and hence compelled to sell their labor power to earn a living. In Wright's class taxonomy, the proletariat consists of those class locations that own no means of production, have no organizational assets, and have no skill/credential assets. Rational choice theory: a theory of individual choice that assumes people are rational actors, and hypothesizes that the choices they make will optimize the outcomes important to them. Game theory is a kind of rational choice theory. Rationality: the ability to select means suitable for the ends one seeks. Realization crisis: a capitalist economic crisis that happens when the volume of production exceeds existing demand and inventories of unsold goods accumulate. Relations of production: the way effective ownership rights over producers and productive forces are distributed. Relations of production are often identified with the economic structure of society. Reproducible solution: a concept of price equilibrium introduced by Romer. A reproducible solution is a set of market prices that enables each person in the economy to survive, enables society to reproduce its production stocks, requires no more production inputs than society has available, and balances labor power bought and sold. Reswitching: a paradox in the concept of capital first discussed by Sraffa. Reswitching refers to strange shifts in the value of capital that can arise when capital consists of a heterogeneous assortment of goods. Revolution: a rapid change from one economic structure to another. SE1. A subsistence economy modeled by Romer. It is described as simple commodity production with communal ownership of production inputs. SE2. A subsistence economy modeled by Romer. It is described as simple commodity production with private ownership of production inputs. SE3. A subsistence economy modeled by Romer. It is described as commodity production with private ownership of stocks and a labor market. Glossary. 337. Skill/credential exploitation: exploitation based upon unequal distribution of skills and credentials. Skill/credential exploitation is Wright's reformulation of Romer's socialist exploitation. Social democracy: a political movement that tries to move towards socialism by gradual reform of capitalist society. Social democracy eschews revolution. Instead, it uses legal political means to extend bourgeois democracy from the political to the social and economic sphere. Hence the name social democracy. Socialism: a form of society characterized by the abolition of capitalist property and domination by the direct producers. Under socialism, income is no longer derived from the ownership of property but is allocated according to the amount and quality of work done. Socialism is sometimes understood to be a transitional phase leading towards a completely classless society. Socialist exploitation: the kind of exploitation that exists in a socialist society. Analytical Marxists think socialist exploitation happens due to the unequal distribution of the kinds of productive property permitted in a socialist society. Specifically, socialist exploitation reflects the unequal distribution of productive skills between people. Socially necessary labor time: the amount of labor time required to produce a commodity and to reproduce the inputs used in producing it. In other words, the amount of labor time required to produce the commodity as a net product. Socially necessary labor time is the amount of labor time embodied in a commodity. Social properties: a term used by Cohen to designate rights and powers that some people have with respect to others. Social properties are often contrasted with material properties. Social relations: definition of embodied labor: a definition of the labor embodied in a good used by Romer. This definition makes the class exploitation correspondence principle. 338. True for a Cohen technology. It defines the labor embodied in a good as the minimum amount of direct labor needed to produce the good as a net product, considering only maximum profit production processes. Socialist subsistence economy. A variation of subsistence economy SE1 used by Romer to study socialist exploitation. Stackelberg equilibrium. An equilibrium concept for a game in which one player moves first. A Stackelberg equilibrium for a two-person game is an optimal pair of strategies given that one player chooses her strategy first, while the second player selects her strategy with full knowledge of what strategy the first player has chosen. State the institution whose incumbents are authorized to make and enforce law and to exercise whatever collective violence is considered proper in that society. State autonomy, a situation that exists if state policy is determined by forces internal to the state. State socialism, a form of society characterized by abolition of capitalist property relations and domination by the state. The state bureaucracy determines the nature of economic production and distribution plus many aspects of social and political life. Because the direct producers do not dominate a state socialist society, it cannot be considered a real form of socialism. Status exploitation, economic inequality based upon possession of organizational or bureaucratic position. Wright calls this organizational exploitation. Strategic conception of the state, a conception that tries to avoid the twin dangers of determinism and voluntarism by interpreting the state as an institutional terrain upon which strategic political interactions take place. Glossary 339. Strongly neutral person, a concept from the game theoretic analysis of exploitation. A player in a withdrawal game is strongly neutral if she is neither vulnerable nor culpable, that is if she does not belong to any minimal exploited or minimal exploiting coalitions. Structural dependence, the hypothesis that any government in a capitalist society must respect the interests of the capitalist class because this class can throw the economy into crisis by curtailing investment. Subsistence economy, an economy that produces only enough for the people who work to reproduce themselves and nothing more. A subsistence economy produces no surplus and does not accumulate. Superstructure, the non-economic institutions of society. The term superstructure is often used in contrast to base. Sometimes superstructure designates only those non-economic institutions whose nature is explained by the economic structure of society. Superstructure thesis. A hypothesis in Cohen's interpretation of historical materialism stating that the nature of the economic structure explains the non-economic institutions contained in the superstructure. Surplus labor, an important concept in classical Marxist theory, meaning labor over and above what is needed to reproduce the laborer plus the tools and materials used up in the process. Classical Marxism regarded appropriation of surplus labor as the source of capitalist exploitation. Surplus production, production beyond what is needed to reproduce the laboring class, production of economic surplus. Surplus value, the value produced by surplus labor. 340. Technology, the method by which human labor power is used to transform nature. Unequal exchange, a pattern of trade between nations by which economic surplus is systematically transferred from one country to another. Emmanuel proposed a theory of imperialism based upon unequal exchange. Use value, a concept of classical Marxism indicating a natural relationship between things and people. The use value of an object is its utility, its value in actual use. Use value is often contrasted with exchange value. Value, the abstract property of a commodity by virtue of which it can be exchanged on a market. Although value appears to be a characteristic of a physical commodity, it is really a social relationship between people emerging from the fact that social labor must be expended on the production of the commodity. The concept of value is sometimes associated with exchange value as defined by the labor theory of value. Von Neumann technology. A model of production named after the famous mathematician and founder of game theory John von Neumann. A von Neumann technology allows fixed capital and production of several different goods with the same process. Von Neumann technology is sometimes contrasted with the simpler Leontief technology. Vulnerable person, a concept from the game theoretic analysis of exploitation. A person is vulnerable if she belongs to any minimal exploited coalition. A vulnerable person is contrasted with a culpable person. Withdrawal game, a game used by Romer as a model for analyzing exploitation. A withdrawal game takes place in a context of economic production. Coalitions of producers can withdraw from the larger economy, taking certain resources with them, and set up production on their own. The rules governing withdrawal determine the nature of the game and the kind of exploitation being analyzed. Romer considers feudal, capitalist, and socialist withdrawal games. A brief annotated bibliography of the works mentioned in this annotated bibliography have been specially important to the development of analytical Marxism. Most of them are discussed more fully in the text of this book. The reader should beware that this is not a comprehensive bibliography and that the selection is somewhat idiosyncratic. Michael Albert and Robin Hahnel, The Political Economy of Participatory Economics. Albert and Hahnel propose a form of libertarian socialism based upon public ownership, decentralized economic planning, and democratic councils of workers and consumers. Perhaps their most original and controversial idea is the use of balanced job complexes combining manual and conceptual labor. Albert and Hahnel construct a mathematical model derived from their own version of welfare economics to defend the feasibility of participatory economics. They claim it will perform better than either market or centrally planned economies. Alan Carling, Social Division. This book combines the ideas of Cohen and Romer to study various types of social division. It uses simple but ingenious rational choice models to theorize social class divisions, gender divisions, and ethnic divisions. While appreciating the ubiquity of rational choice processes in human interaction, Carling also recognizes their limitations for achieving a satisfactory understanding of social division. G. A. Cohen, Karl Marx's Theory of History, A Defense. One of the founding documents of analytical Marxism. Cohen uses the methods of modern analytical philosophy to defend a traditional conception of historical materialism that treats history as the growth of human productive power. He supports the legitimacy of functional explanation, which he regards as indispensable to Marxist theory. Economic structures are explained through their contribution to the growth of productive power. The text is remarkable for the dexterity of its distinctions and the clarity of its exposition. G. A. Cohen, History, Labor, and Freedom, Themes from Marx. A series of lucid essays in which Cohen revises and elaborates his technological interpretation of historical materialism. The last third of the book explains the restrictions on freedom emanating from capitalist economic structure. John Elster, Making Sense of Marx. A sophisticated and comprehensive critique of classical Marxist social theory advocating the principle of methodological individualism and the use of rational choice explanations. Elster finds Marx guilty of teleological thinking and theoretical inconsistency. He finds serious fault with virtually every part of classical Marxist theory and advocates the use of game theory to build a more defensible kind of Marxism. Micha/Kalecki, Selected Essays on the Dynamics of the Capitalist Economy, 1933 to 1970. Important essays on the capitalist business cycle by the great Polish Marxist who independently discovered Keynesian economic theory. The essays provide numerous insights about how capitalism works and show a remarkable ability to integrate Marxist and Keynesian concepts. They make sparing but effective use of mathematical reasoning and also succeed in drawing important political inferences. Oscar Lang, On the Economic Theory of Socialism. A pioneering theoretical defense of the possibility of market socialism. Lang uses general equilibrium theory to formulate principles that could guide the actions of socialist planners. He is among the first to suggest that neoclassical economics can make an important contribution to Marxist theory. Bibliography 343. Stephen A. Margolin, Growth, Distribution, and Prices. A comparison of the neoclassical, neo-Keynesian, and neo-Marxian approaches to analyzing income distribution and economic growth under capitalism. Margolin formulates a simple but indeterminate production model he regards as the common core of all three approaches. He examines the contrasting ways in which these three approaches complete the indeterminate production model. The final chapters present a mathematical synthesis of Marxist and Keynesian ideas on growth and distribution. David Miller, Market, State, and Community, Theoretical Foundations of Market Socialism. The author develops a political theory of democratic socialism by defending public ownership of capital against libertarians on the right, and the use of markets against state socialists on the left. He proposes a pluralistic system in which goods and services are produced for a market within a distributive framework established by the state. Miller's market socialism can be seen as a radical synthesis of libertarianism and traditional socialism. Richard W. Miller, Analyzing Marx, Morality, Power, and History. Miller, like Cohen, uses analytical philosophy to interpret Marx but arrives at very different conclusions. Marx is not a technological determinist. Political conflicts are of central importance in his interpretation of history. Marx rejects morality as a suitable basis for political action mainly because social conflict often makes it impossible to specify any moral course of action. Michio Morishima, Marx's Economics, a dual theory of value and growth. Linear algebra is used to investigate Marxist economic theory, including the labor theory of value, the theory of exploitation, the transformation problem, and extended reproduction. The mathematical equivalence of positive profit and exploitation is established. Morishima treats Marx as a co-founder of general equilibrium theory and also appreciates his invaluable contributions to dynamic economic theory. To fulfill its theoretical potential, however, Marxian economics must abandon the labor theory of value. Adam Przeworski, Capitalism and Social Democracy. A bracing collection of essays exploring the historical and theoretical foundations of working-class politics under capitalism. The 344 book is replete with challenging interpretations and memorable phrases. According to Przeworski, socialist revolution is impossible in advanced capitalist society, and social democracy is really a means of improving capitalism without transforming its basic nature. This defines the basic dilemma of working-class politics in the modern era. Adam Przeworski, Democracy and the Market, Political and Economic Reforms in Eastern Europe and Latin America. A mixture of historical analysis and simple game theory is used to study the transition to democracy in Eastern Europe and Latin America. The overarching question is whether the young democracies in these regions will be stable or will give way to new dictatorships. Although geography and previous history differentiate Eastern Europe and Latin America, economic realities and social relations suggest that similar political forces may be at work in these two regions. John E. Romer, Analytical Foundations of Marxian Economic Theory. Mathematically sophisticated general equilibrium models are used to study such classical Marxist economic problems as the relation between technical change and the rate of profit, the transformation of values into prices, and the nature of capitalist economic crises. Romer uses a micro-foundations approach that derives aggregate phenomena from postulations about how individuals act. Among many interesting results is one asserting that competitively viable technical changes will cause the equilibrium rate of profit to rise. John E. Romer, A General Theory of Exploitation and Class. Perhaps the most brilliant work in the entire literature of analytical Marxism. Romer proposes a new interpretation of exploitation based upon differential ownership of means of production rather than what happens at the point of production. Using this concept, he investigates models of exploitation in subsistence economies, accumulating capitalist economies, and state socialist economies. The book is peppered with surprising and theoretically important results. The theoretical centerpiece is rigorous derivation of the class exploitation correspondence principle, specifying a precise relationship between class position and exploitation status.